moments later.
Here's the thing with addiction is never say never because when you're an addict, like I never
All right, everybody. Happy Thursday night. We got another episode of People in the Boxes for you guys tonight, episode 42. Welcome back. Bring them in, tag them in, share it out. Let's do it, you guys. It's a 5-4, May the 4th. Be with everyone, and it's 2023. So let's get that May the 4th out of the way. For some reason, both video clips didn't play for me. They went through and they played for everyone else, as far as I could tell. But it was just stuck. Like I saw the countdown every now and then, it would come down a few seconds. It was just insane. Anyway, let's hope that's the extent of it. But we're gonna have a good night. We're gonna have a nice little chill episode that actually has some a very serious tone, but also pretty easy to talk about for a lot of us. So we're gonna split some hairs, and I got some interesting questions to pose tonight. We're going to see who we can get in the house first. We got 11 people hanging out already. Hit that like button, hit that share, you guys. I actually think I meant to go back in here and hit invite through the event because that seems to be the fastest way to do it. Invite 50 at a time. I was actually sitting on my phone hitting one at a time because I was upstairs eating dinner with my son. Anyway, we got our co-host with us tonight. We got Jason. What's up, Jason?
Good evening, good evening, good evening. How is everybody tonight?
Not bad, not bad. I felt like I was being lazy today, but I still did get some things done.
Nice.
Steve-O, how you doing, bro? Steve-O might be muted.
Yeah, Steve-O, you're muted, brother.
Doing good. Just getting some shares out and everything right now. Had a great experience last week at People in the Boxes. That was number 41 last week. And, I'm looking forward to another good episode tonight, guys.
You guys, you don't know how hard I've had to work to get a copy of that episode. Facebook won't let me. Facebook is allowing it to stay up, but won't let me download it. Error. And then this week's Indoor Farmer episode is not even visible by anyone. I mean, it's there, and it doesn't allow anyone to watch it, and I can't download that one either. So it's just becoming this headache, you guys. It's like, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm being outspoken about using other sites or what, but it's just, maybe I'm just paranoid. Who knows? But it's like just these silly little errors, and so then I have to do things like replay the entire episode and screen capture it and stuff like that, all these little hoops. Now, YouTube Red offers the ability to download your episodes as well, and I'm not paying for YouTube Red. They do give you a free trial. I thought about doing that just for a minute to quickly get as many things as I could off of there, but I digress. It's technical back-end stuff, guys. Don't worry about it. I'm always going to make sure I get a good solid playlist. I'm trying to make sure that Rumble is where I do each show has its full solid playlist of every episode, as many of them as I can get as possible. Sure. So while I'm talking, though, I'm hitting invite to 50 people at a time. That should be fun. But that's also how we get some people to come in, and then they don't necessarily like what we're discussing. But the show is about us reaching out to people. We don't necessarily just want it to be a small group of people that we already know. But we want to bring this idea out to the public in general, as far as being able to talk to each other about stuff. You know, we had a little bit of contentious moments last week, but for the most part, I think it was actually a really good experience. We had a lot of people come through and tell me that they appreciated what we were doing. So with that being said, I think that's the purpose of the show. You know, the purpose of the show isn't for me or Jason to come on and sound like we know it all or anything like that, or anybody to come on and try to look like we're the best person in the world. You know, it's for me to display my flaws. You know, that's what I
I
like to do.
know there was positive comment feedback and negative feedback from last week's show, but for the heavy hand, it was positive feedback and how brave and respectful that we all were on screen, trying to make sure that nobody really got into fist fights, basically. You know what I mean? Yes, there was a couple of heated situations, a couple of heated comments here and there, but I think overall, guys, we did an amazing job with last week's episode. Amazing.
And we actually didn't even get into. I looked into this afterwards. Some people sent me some videos, and we didn't even get into the real nitty gritty of the quote controversy, which wasn't our point. The point was just to use that as a callus
stepping stone.
Stepping stone in order to get into the topics in the cultural topics in general. So I think it worked out well.
Perfect.
Because we're not a current events show, but we do kind of use those sometimes as a good reason for that topic. But tonight's topic, it really didn't. I really had no specific, like this month is Mental Health Awareness Month. I don't know if you guys knew that, but we do talk about that often, you know, and that may be somewhat of an angle to this episode. But at the same time, it was just kind of a spur of the moment. I've been holding this topic for quite a while. There's a lot of us, a lot of people that are regulars to the show who have special needs children, but I didn't want to pigeonhole it to just children in general, just, you know, special needs. And man, I guess we'll just get into it. But I don't know. Like I'm going to look up the official definition. But when you think of special needs, I mean, you have disabilities, and then you have special needs, which are different things, you know. So I want to be clear and find out at least what we can, you know, search real quick on it.
No,
Most of us would think, you know, handicapped in some way or mentally handicapped as far as special needs goes, but I don't know that that's a strict definition. What's that, Steve-O? Sorry.
Oh, I just was saying that'll be interesting.
I agree with you, Waylon. I don't think that's a strict definition either. I really don't believe it is.
Here, I want to pull it on the screen so that you guys see it.
And before we get too far in, guys, remember, this is an opinion-based show. None of this is what you see on screen is what you see. None of us are paid professionals. None of us say that we are professionals at all. This is an opinion-based show. We try to show facts. We try to prove things, and we try to keep an open mind so we can sit down tomorrow and have coffee just like we did today.
That's right.
So.
And I always try to remind people that it's about sharing our experience, not about. I mean, the opinions, yes, come out no matter. I don't think it's going to be stoppable, but the our actual experience can't be argued with. Like, you can't say, well, you didn't actually feel that way during that time in your life, you know. So that's what that's for. That's what it's not unarguable. That's not the right terminology, but you guys get my drift there.
Yep.
What's up, everybody? What's up, Chasen? How you doing? Diane, hello.
I think Michael, that happens a lot of times too. People mix opinion with facts. Yeah, people mix opinion with emotion.
Right. Mess, real quick though, you might be in the Grill Fam group, guys. We are live on Grill Fam, and we're also live on the Indoor Farmer. So if you want to share us out, come over to my page, Waylon the Indoor Farmer, and share it out for us. If you're in Grill Fam, you know, tag away, but I don't think you'll be able to share that one out. Either way, though, I do appreciate you guys coming in for sure. At 10 people.
Big love to Grill Fam over there. Much love. They're fucking doing awesome things. Awesome things over there. Ash and Dreadful, amazing people, plus all the other admin and moderators they got over there. You guys are doing awesome.
It's getting pretty It's getting pretty intense over there, that's for sure.
It is. I've been watching a lot in the background, and it gives me chills at some of the stuff our cannabis community is doing right now. It really does. Hello, Elisa. Hello, Chasen. Good day.
Yeah.
Good day.
I fully think, and that's kind of almost a side note, but a Canna community in general, a lot of people have problems, and I got a little dog hair on me. A lot of people have, anytime there's some sort of a misunderstanding or disagreement or whatever, a beef in the Canna community, people like to say something about how that's something wrong with the Canna community. I always point out that no, that's just the human community, right? But in vice versa, in what you had just said, the good things that are happening in the cannabis community are 100% something that we can take not we as in myself, but like, the community can take credit for, because you don't see a lot of what we're doing in other communities. But as far as drama goes, you're going to see that everywhere, right? Elisa May, what's up? You are welcome to come up for sure, Elisa. I'm not going to pressure you to, but we definitely want to hear some of those experiences from other family.
I'll tell you what, Elisa May to me is a fucking superstar rock star.
Oh man,
and Joe too. Yeah,
fucking Joe too.
Yeah,
Mr.
let's
Joe
be
Kelly,
serious.
Elisa May. Let's be serious about it. That is Superman and fucking Wonder Woman right there.
Yep.
I don't care what anybody says, and I will go to war fucking standing in front of their whole family. They are amazing. Like,
yeah, I agree. Yeah. I meant to say let's be honest, but I was going to say what they do, like very very few people could go through that and be sane, and just be and be able to get into the pattern, get into a routine of some kind. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna talk about it. Let me read the definition here. With reference to school students. So, and this is why I didn't say anything specific like autism or, Down syndrome or anything specific. I wasn't trying to go into that realm. I wanted to talk general because a lot of people have sort of general public experiences with people who maybe they don't know what the person has or has not, got going on for them. And in the personal sense where you might know specifically what they have, or you know what I'm saying, like and not all of us have that. What's up, Lane?
Special needs is a large branch. It's a very large, you have your trunk, but it branches off into so many different directions. There's so many different categories. There's so many different conditions, so that's why we say special needs.
Okay. So it does say physical or intellectual disabilities or behavioral difficulties. So that even includes the kids who may just act out a lot, do like are more in troublemakers type, ADD maybe,
Our Ritalin back in the day, because all of us are from the Ritalin pushed generation. Well, I can't say all of us, but a lot of us are from the Ritalin pushed generation. Take the Ritalin. They're going to calm down. Let's put them into a special learning class because they're a little bit hyper. They didn't know that it was the red dye that was making us hyper. They didn't know it was all the sugars that were making us hyper. They're just trying to drug us up.
Crazy stuff.
Right. Just drug them up, make them walk around like a zombie with the Ritalin and all that ADHD medicine. You know what? I've never been diagnosed, but I got attention deficit for real. Squirrel. What were we talking about? Yeah.
I want to know if all of us do nowadays. It's almost
in a way, I think so.
We have all been sort of moving towards this direction, and I was asked recently if I was on the spectrum. I'm like, I don't know. I always thought maybe, but aren't we all though?
It depends on how far you go with the spectrum. Because there's different levels of it. Like there's high functioning and low functioning. There's high functioning Asperger's.
A lot of people are like,
okay, I got Asperger's. Well, what is Asperger's? Asperger's, there's several different forms of Asperger's.
They told me that they stopped using that term, which makes it hard for it. And they also told me they stopped using high and low functioning. And so I'm like, well, what do you like? So they finally got to the point where they would say moderate. He's moderate. Like what? Do I know what that means? No idea. I do not think he's necessarily high functioning. I think he's very close to high functioning, but he's also not like a savant. You know what I'm saying? Like within autism, a lot of times there's this sort of uh, aggrandized, or that's not the right word, like fantasized sort of image on some movies here and there where they talk about, like Ben Affleck's got superpowers because he's autistic, and stuff
so
like that.
what you said, actors and actresses, and start like that with movies. What's the first movie that you remember with special needs?
Rain Man. Would it be
Okay,
Rain
so
Man?
that's your big one.
Or maybe the Elephant Boy, Elephant Man.
Okay, so let's go a little bit newer age. What's Eating Gilbert Grape? Leonardo DiCaprio.
That's not that new.
Newer than what you were saying.
That was
a little bit newer
Johnny
than
Depp.
what you were saying, though.
All right. I guess. I mean, Rain Man is pretty old now.
Yeah.
Rain Man's pretty old, but you got a lot of those now.
Younger than me ain't gonna know much more.
Thanks,
in the
Michael.
30s, I don't think the 30s are gonna really know much about Rain Man. Really, I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but
Johnny Depp's a little. Well, I wouldn't say he's younger though.
No, Leonardo DiCaprio. Though,
I don't know. Do you think he's younger than Tom Cruise? Tom Cruise doesn't age. He's Tom Cruise is like 200 years old or something.
Definitely.
At least it'll come up. All right, Elisa.
He's an alien, though. Tom Cruise is from that one other planet that's over there that not really a planet.
Nibiru or something.
Yeah. Well, they said it was a planet for so many years, and then all of a sudden it's not a planet because, evidently we can live on it. So we can't call it a planet. Pluto? What was it? What planet's not a planet anymore?
Pluto.
There's the link, you guys, if anyone wants to come up. Looks like it's going to be a lower turnout tonight. I'm not too worried about it. It's a topic near and dear to my heart, so
it's near and dear to a lot of our hearts. And unfortunately, I don't want to say this cold-heartedly, and I don't want to say this mean, so people please don't take it that way. But unless you are somehow directly 100% affected by somebody with special needs, it's hard to understand certain situations.
Yeah.
Very hard.
I wanted to bring that up actually. Like as a kid, and since we're sharing experience, as a kid, I didn't have anyone in my immediate family or in my immediate upbringing that had special needs. Other than like my sister would act out, so she was in a separate class. It was a somewhat in that definition where she kind of didn't care or whatever. She wasn't in that separate of a class. Anyway, my point is I didn't have anyone that close, but you had those kids. Everyone had kids in school that they would see every now and then, and everyone would know about them, and maybe the kids might make fun of them, which was a thing. That's a thing as kids. You don't know, you don't understand, so you make fun of, and that's what kids have a problem with. And so as now I have a special needs child, so it is a big difference when you have, when you're dealing with those things firsthand in the family, or say as a parent gets older and has to be taken care of. Like I saw a lot of kids from high school, at least a couple who had like a father that had a stroke or something, and they had to take care of their dad at a young age. I saw that a few times, and it's a big difference in your life, a big change when somebody is that dependent on you. It's a difference, and I think people who have kids know that a little bit as the child is very young. But when you start to get to that age where the kid can go make their own sandwich and stuff, you really start noticing the difference then, when my son's still in pull-ups,
Oh, so Joe, thanks for the 1,000 stars, brother.
Holy cow.
Fucking 1,000 stars, Joe. Mr. Joe Kelly. Love you, brother. For real.
Joe, that helps a lot, man.
1,000 stars right there. Look at that. And guys, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Waylon, but I just wanted to point that out. And those of you that do send stars or send a cash up for the show or any type of monetary donation, any donation at all, it goes back towards the show. It goes back towards Waylon's streaming services for the education, for the knowledge, so we can keep doing this stuff. So
yeah, I pay Rumble now, but it's an international company, so I have to go and contact my bank every time.
What's up, Rumblers? Probably got about 12 of you over there right now. What's going on?
I lost the algorithm over there, man. And actually, just before the show, I restarted all together just to see if I could jump back into a new lane. I don't want to bog us down on it, but basically, it feels like I get into this sort of a random chance for a higher lane every time I start a new stream. Like they might just be naturally higher somehow, and I'm seeing 20, 30 people suddenly, with no effort. But then other times it's like I'm kind of stuck somewhere else where it's like, like, hey, I got 6 people hanging out right now. Love you guys, appreciate it. But it's like this weird thing, man. And I guess there's only so many lanes for the visibility, so like those get taken up. Maybe I'm
it makes sense.
out. I'm on a back road somewhere trying to take. What's up, Elisa May?
How are you today, Elisa?
All right.
I'm gonna put you on the spot. What are we doing with Dill's World?
Nothing.
Why?
Gave up on it.
Oh no.
Oh, come on. That's a good one. There's so many people out there that gained a lot from that.
I think you might look at going elsewhere with it, though. Facebook just might not be
somewhere
else with it.
Mm-hmm.
So, how is Dill today?
Life is really hard right now with Dill.
All right.
He's nonverbal autistic, and he is going through puberty, and he has started to get aggressive.
How old is he again?
10.
10, yeah. Double digits.
Now, you say that he's going through puberty. I have heard that children with special needs go through puberty a lot sooner than those that don't. And it makes it very difficult. 10 years old going through puberty, that's hard.
I'm like, should he have all this already?
Yeah, but then again, our hormones are fed differently now than when we were kids too. Our bodies got a lot more stuff in our system, and so this Facebook user here, we don't know who exactly you are. Good evening, stoners, and then dab time. If you want to give StreamYard access to your account there, we'll be able to say a proper hello to you, or just let us know who you are.
Must be in Grill Fam.
I understand, Joe. I do. And, people's negative comments on there, I don't know if I'd be able to deal with, so that's why I give you all the respect in the world for you guys putting it out there like you do and everything else. And it's amazing. And
I told Joe before you put it out there, though, that people were going to think that before I knew autism, I would probably think the same way. Like, but really, he knows what he's doing. He's like a normal kid, but he has these other issues.
Yep.
And you don't treat him no different. Somebody comes up and hits you, you don't just do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Then they're going to think they can just come hit you every single time. You're just going to do what they're wanting you to do. And that's not how he has to ask.
Yeah.
So he comes up and tries to bully you into doing things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he knows I'm the person who does everything for him, from getting him up in the morning, brushing his teeth, getting him dressed, getting him out the door.
So, I don't know if it's similar, but my son does something similar where he wants to regress from. I know for him he is verbal, but he will try to do things non-verbally, or he will try to say just like one word, or he'll try to like whisper to himself that he wants something instead of doing the thing that he knows. Like he knows better. It's just like, what I think is sometimes I don't know if it's not laziness. I think it's more intelligence, where they think they can get away with getting you to do something without doing as much work. Like for him, it's probably more efficient to just keep the pull up on, even though he could take it. He can go number one, no problem. And I think it's just like time and effort. It's almost like they're smarter than us. They want us to do all the work for them. And he doesn't want to grow up, just like, my son's 8, so maybe Dill's feeling the same way. Like, he doesn't want to be a big boy yet. He's not ready for that. And I think with kids with special needs, from what I've seen so far, is a lot of their milestones are stretched out further than ours are. Sometimes we go through stuff, we meaning regularly abled kids, we go through stuff a lot, like quicker. Not quicker as in we get up there faster, but like once we do hit this, like the stage of back mouthing or back, like the sass stage, the terrible 4s, terrible 2s, we get through that. But for those of us who have the special needs kids, we know that stretches out. Like the potty training, every
One thing
different
after
thing
another.
gets sort of stretched out, or maybe focused on specifically before we can move on.
Well, in other people's experiences too, it don't stop.
Yeah.
And you, like you said, I don't want to put a word on it, but normal children,
regularly
18, they're out the door. 18, 20, they're going on this and that. But in certain parents' ways, they're know that their child is going to live at home for the rest of their life, or they're going to have to put them someplace in a care facility or something like that, so it's it's hard.
That's the thing, is that people want to pump you. We've talked about this a little bit before. I know we have, but people want to pump you up by saying, "Oh yeah, they'll do this, and they'll be eventually doing that," and they just it's kind of comes back to, for some reason, people want to just say things to you even though they have no idea if that's going to be the case. They just want to give you hope. People want to give each other hope all the time, and really being more realistic about it. Like, well, he's most certainly going to improve. How much is up to him and us? That's up to the work we put in. Hi, Kat.
Hi, Kat. Hey, Maui. Thank you for tagging everybody, Miss Charlene. Appreciate that.
I don't want to be negative, but I want to be realistic. Hey,
I come to acceptance and the terms that some things are just the way they are, and they might always be that way.
My mom used to work in nursing homes for 30 years, and she had a boy that was 20 years old with autism that she took care of. And there was I can't remember why she wasn't there one day, but I guess whenever she's not there and he's expecting her to be there, he would just wander the halls, repeating her name. And that story stuck with me because he may not ever, fully get into certain things that I'm hoping that he will. But, that doesn't mean he can't. I can't give him as full of a life as that he can. And we can get into that a little bit, because this may not be a great. We don't have a whole lot of people to piss off tonight, so we'll get into it. But there are countries out there, you guys, and I want to know what you guys think. I'm sure I can guess. But there are countries out there that, quote, eradicated, Down syndrome, eradicated, I forget the terminology they use, and I'll have to look it up, because I want to say it was Iceland or Greenland, one of those, but let me look. They got rid of Down syndrome. Well, I believe the term is eugenics, where they basically get rid of something by not allowing any children with that to continue living. Does this make sense? It's a terrible practice, but do we think that no matter what you do, a lot of these things, these disorders, are going to be part of human existence? Like, say they get rid of every child, and then 20 years from now, do you think that said country is still going to have more special needs children being born? Do we think that's just part of our existence, or do we think that they are? Do you think there's actually a possibility that they could, quote, not have it happen anymore if they just? Now that sounds like a terrible practice. I mean, I think they used to do that in Greece. We saw this on the 300, where they would get rid of any kids that were unwanted or misshapen in any way, because they couldn't fight for the army. They weren't the same shape as the other people or something. And so countries have been doing this for a long time in different ways. Obviously it hasn't done what they expected it to do, and as far as I'm concerned. But it's crazy. There are countries today that they want accolades for sort of eradicating this thing or that disease, and all they did was not let those people live there. It's
so you're
Regina.
basically saying that the government controls you whether you get an abortion or not.
Right, and forced abortion if you have a
forced abortion,
case,
and I truly believe that the human race, all life is precious. All life matters. We shouldn't be able to make that decision. I at least the government shouldn't be able to make that decision.
Yeah, I
but
agree.
There's, like you said, it's other countries. Do you think our country, America, the United States, would ever consider something like that? I don't believe so. They're having enough problems with abortion.
Eugenics policies in the United States were first implemented in the early 1900s. It also took root in France, Germany, and Great Britain. Later in the 1920s, 1930s, the eugenics policy of sterilizing certain mental patients was implemented in other countries, including Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Japan, and Sweden. Now,
since they don't have a clue where autism comes from, or how it came, or how we got it, or anything else about it, then they shouldn't be able to do that.
Well, that, or like if we remember what we did with mental patients, the lobotomy. The lobotomy, you guys.
I remember
how
that.
insane is that? That was their thought. Well, might fix it if we just kind of
scramble
push it
brain
up a little bit. Yeah, we'll just get in that frontal area, the precise area right there, and we'll just
they go in through your eye. They go in through the corner of your eye or up your nose, or even up your nose. They would do it.
Yeah, no thanks.
Scramble your frontal lobe.
I feel like we hopefully have made some improvements since then, but
I remember back when I was a kid, there was a lot of older people that was one of their biggest fear, was because they could snatch you up and put you in these places and make those determinations whether you needed one or not, just based on your behavior. And they were scared of that for a while back when I was a kid in the 70s.
So
let's type this in, Waylon, real quick.
Okay.
Autism spectrum. And look at what they say the definition of that is.
Autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a developmental disability caused by differences in the brain. Caused by differences, or do they have different? That's weird.
Right.
People with ASD often have problems with social communication and interaction, and restricted or repetitive behaviors or interests. People with ASD may also have different ways of learning, moving, or paying attention.
Isn't that everybody?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was just going to say.
Every single person.
I agree. I think this is why when I said special needs, I thought I kind of had a problem with the term, except it does mean something to everybody, so we already know. But when I think of special needs, instead, wouldn't it be better to say individual needs? Individual needs, because even within a quote regularly abled classroom, you have every child has individual needs within there. I mean, every child doesn't learn the same, even in any classroom. I'm so sick of them trying to figure a way to mass learn people or mass teach people. It's like we just don't have the manpower to teach everyone. Well, then maybe they should be taught in different ways instead.
Well, yes, because the amount of shit that we learn in school, and I'm sorry, it is shit, is not needed. It's not needed. It's never used. It's, so let's spend more time on the stuff that's needed. Plain and simple.
Spend more time on how to find information, how to discern what's good and what's bad information, how to look at multiple sources and all that. But instead, they want to, Now, I will give them this. The special needs classrooms, like my son is in now, has been great. Now, there have been areas throughout the history that have been terrible. Like the daycare he was in, they would just let him do whatever he wanted. They had to have a special needs person there legally for the state. But that person wasn't spending time with him that often. They would literally just kind of let him do his own thing in like one of the younger classes. And it was terrible, but at the time we didn't have many options. And then there were different situations with school where they just did not know how to handle him because they were trying to handle all the kids the same way, and you can't do that. You know, my son is a runner. The more you try to get him to stay right with you, the more he's going to take off. Although he's grown past that a bit. And in fact, I want to switch gears a little bit. I want to show you guys this little. A lot of you probably saw it already. This little video that my phone made me. Thought it was pretty cool. Get a little intermission here. Thanks guys for hanging out. Got 11 folks hanging out. Yeah, it's a weird night. 5 on the Rumble, 11 over here, but it's all right. You know, we got friends, family here hanging out. We're gonna have a good day.
Yeah, when you suggested this subject, I thought to myself, what a good one. You know, I have a little brother that's mentally retarded, and we grew up together in the same house and everything, and went through high school together and stuff. So, I definitely have a lot of feelings about this topic.
Yeah, and that's why I brought up the fact that when I was a kid, I didn't have direct contact with really anyone. You know, you just had we called them special ed kids, mm-hmm. And we knew them. We almost everyone from school knew them and knew their names basically because they were that different. But I didn't have that direct contact. But here's this little video my phone made me. Thanks, phone.
That's a good one. Let's see it.
Pictures in here though of me. That's a good one. I like that one. That's fun.
That's nice.
There's some old pictures in there, guys, from before I was live streaming. So, like, there's some pictures when I was just not feeling it anymore. In that minute, for me, it means something more because when I'm watching it, wait, what's going on here? Oh, it's a Jason Putnam video playing next.
Nice.
It's funny. Move that. Thanks, Regina. Yeah, it's funny because those are still pictures. You know, you can't get them to pose. You ever try? What do you do with Dill? I think this is my suggestion. You take a whole bunch of pictures. Like you may not get him to be able to pose. My son won't pose either. But if you take a whole bunch of them, one of those pictures is going to look like he posed just right for you.
They get him to pose in his school pictures.
Wow. Or maybe they do what I do. They just take a bunch of them. What's up, Vegas Wade? What's up, Matty G in the house?
What's up, Maddie?
All right, here's one. I was looking earlier. Does everybody have autism? You know, do we all have autism? I was trying to look it up, try to see what everybody, what they were saying about it. And our stats pretty much show 1 in 100 children are diagnosed with some type of form of autism, or up to 30% of people have at least one trait associated with the autism disorder. But they're saying not everyone has autism, but everyone could have at least one trait. So how does that say that not everyone has autism? If every single person could have one trait.
Right.
What is it, 3 to 5?
Yeah,
okay.
And if you think of something else like OCD. A lot of people think think they have OCD, but really we may have like one trait of it.
No.
And it's really not a whole.
In January, they changed the terms.
Did they?
This last January. It is possible to be mildly autistic. Many of the behaviors and preferences found in the people with autism are also common to people who do not have autism or have not been previously diagnosed with autism. The difference is the people with autism engage in these behaviors in different ways. So just because you are diagnosed, all of a sudden you're engaging in a different way with it. If you are not diagnosed, you are engaging in an opposite direction. Who knows how you're handling? So let's go into the cannabis community. How many of us use cannabis for, I don't want to use the word, but we do, for that crutch, to cover up that anger disorder, to cover up that irritability, to cover up that sadness, to cover up the anxiousness, cover up the depression, to cover up, I'm so hyper right now, I just need to sit down. Yeah, I'm so stressed out, irritated with this.
It is a mask because it changes it's a mood
Now let's go to the pharmaceutical department. Let's give you a pill instead of a plant. Let's diagnose you with this, so you have to take medication to calm yourself down, to be able to learn this, to be able to do that. What's the difference between the pill and the plant? What's the difference between being diagnosed and not being diagnosed? Let's go to the pharmaceutical company. Let's hand out them dollars, them dollar bills, them dollar bills, them dollar bills.
Yeah, no, I agree with that to an extent, because I also think that it's very easy for a quote, and we don't, I mean, an average person, we'll say, an average in the middle person, to get sucked into any crutch, and that could be the pills or the plant. And then we can very easily talk ourselves into thinking we have some major problem. Now, I mean, some people are worse at that than others, like we call it hypochondriacs, right? That just think they have everything. And I know someone who I really believe may be one, because he almost always has some sort of a new thing happening. And it's like, and it's like that's an issue in itself. If you always think you have a disorder, I mean, that becomes a disorder in itself, right? So it's tough, because we may have something, but it's hard for us to know, because to your point, we could get rid of the plants, we could get rid of the pills, and then what do we got? Years of preservatives and electronics, and bombarded with overstimulation and all these chemical enhancing, chemical changing things that are happening around us, the dopamine, the pornography, the insane violence all the time, all the stuff happening to us is changing us in ways that we can't rule out those things as major factors unless we can get rid of them. How are we going to do that? That's impossible. I've been watching post-apocalyptic shows lately. They're always about a virus, And the second one, the most recent one I watched, was about it's called the Last of Us. And it was, instead of a virus, it was fungal. It was fungus. But you're
cutting out a little bit, Waylon.
I am. This helps sometimes.
Where's Melanie?
She's not feeling good. I'm gonna go try to wake her up again here in a second.
What's up, Bill? Regina says, I raised 14 children, and each one child was different. I've been so blessed. Three mine, 5 adopted, and the rest foster children. Oh, wow. Yeah, a lot of different
We're
children.
All unique in our own way.
Yeah. Now, here's a question I was going to pose. And we've all seen movies with special needs kids in them, or people in general. And are we okay? Who is okay and who's not okay with making fun of special needs people in movies? It still happens now, and maybe they do it in a lighthearted way. Maybe the kid's in on the joke, like you have the movie with Johnny Knoxville, where he's works with a lot of special needs kids. And I don't know how I feel about that, because they may do it in a tactful way, and they may do it where the kid might be funny. There's some kids with Down syndrome in those movies that are just funny kids,
Making fun of a kid with disabilities is not funny at all.
Right. But my point is, like, now they're molding it in a way where the movie involves kids with special needs. They get to be an actor. They get to be, you know, in the group and get to meet the other kids and have fun. And yet they also make the movie more about it, the tear jerking aspect, the more heartstrings of it. But isn't that using them too, though? Isn't that using those kids with special needs who don't know any better, just like child actors in general? Period.
Aren't you
But then
bullying them?
we're going that further step to then exploit them. But don't we also need movies and TV and stuff to help to normalize special needs, Special Olympics? So that's a tough one. It's a really difficult situation, you know.
Yeah, but you can
That's
show that
that
without
where it goes
making
back
fun of them.
to the parent, plain and simple. It goes back to the parent, I believe. You know, if they do it for the educational purposes, bravo. If they do it for the mighty dollar to exploit whatever they're trying to do to, I
But they
don't.
should get paid, right? They should get
They
paid
should get
if
paid,
they're
definitely. But the
so.
education purpose is key, because I don't want to point fingers, but we were watching a program today, Dance Moms or some shit like that. What the God's name fucking shit is that?
Yeah, that's all
What they were doing to these
vicarious.
little girls and had these girls and kids doing, and uh, no, no, you know. So, and that's them
Honey Boo Boo.
parents. That's the parents, plain and simple, doing that shit for money. You
I
know,
agree.
do I agree with dance class? Yes, but do I agree with treating these little girls and these kids the way that these moms and dance instructors and all that was doing just for these trophies and shit that they? Nope.
Oh yeah.
It's,
I
you
saw that
know,
back in the day with the Honey Boo Boo thing. I
yeah.
didn't watch it really. I just happened to know, like, I saw what they were talking about, and it's like they got these little kids, 3, 4, 5 years old,
Mm-hmm.
trying to force their themselves into their kids' bodies somehow. Like, but with this though, it's that I specifically am thinking of this movie with Johnny Knoxville. I forget what it's called. I want to say there might have been a sequel. Special Anyway, it's where he pretends to be special needs in order to join the Special Olympics, but within that he ends up really befriending and falling in love with these other kids and these and whatnot. And it's a heartfelt movie, and maybe you cry and stuff, but then you think about it and it's like, well, I don't know, does that further, does that help or hurt the cause? And I don't know. That's a tough one. It's just a question. The Ringer, yes, thank you, bro. Thanks. Um, yeah, it's Stephanie. Thanks. Yeah, I was trying to remember that, but I know there's probably other examples. You know, there's plenty of like serious tone movies that they've made, Lifetime original movies. But yeah, it's hard to say. It's kind of like, and I don't mean to. Well, I don't know if it's a great example, but when I took my son, special needs, to the zoo not too long ago, it was a special needs class trip, and we've done this twice now. Once with at a festival, pumpkin festival, and then now they did this for the zoo. And you got to see a lot of kids with different needs interacting with the animals. At the same time, it's like you're thinking, well, these poor animals, they're caged, they can't go anywhere, they probably are miserable. But then you get to see these kids light up when they're looking at these animals this close, and be able to actually see them and stuff. And that's a hard dilemma too, man. I had that thought too. I was like, wouldn't it be cool? I was like, do you guys think it would be it would actually make money or not? I mean, or like be able to support itself if we created a zoo atmosphere where you can walk through as if it was a zoo, but there's no live animals. There's just screens. There's like exhibits set up for the animal, and then a big old TV screen showing actual in captivity, or not in captivity, actual like wild animals in the wild of that type. Does that make sense? With the kids, do you think that the kids would be able to go in and actually have the same factor, the same educational experience if they were able to do that versus being able to see it in person? And that's my point, is like you don't know if the videos and the movies that help to show this topic, the show the kids and stuff, are helping or or are they just making it a spectacle? You know,
I think they're helping.
I agree. There's
I think
definitely
there's a
tact in
form
it.
of education. There's definitely a form of education with it. So
Sure.
Joe,
And
thank you for another
normalization.
1,000 stars, brother.
Holy
And
shit,
Daniel, thank you for the stars, man. What do we got from Daniel? We got 50 stars from Daniel.
Thanks, brother.
So
Holy cow, you guys.
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome.
Yes, thank you. I typically I was putting the tip jar in the comments, but I have the link to come up if anybody wants it. That's why I left it there. But anyway, yeah, I agree. I think it should be it help normalize things. A lot of kids are funny. A lot of this, like, I've been around the classrooms, not just his now, but when we go on these school trips, there's like 8 buses from different schools of other special needs kids. And, and they all have a lot of different, very specific differences. But at the same time, a whole bunch of them are funny, man. A whole bunch of them are just awesome. And they're just like in amazement in their own world. And you can learn a whole bunch of things from just kind of observing them. Ain't much, Daniel. That's more than 0, and I'm not. I appreciate it. Don't worry about it, for sure. It's every penny helps, man. Like I have a bunch of stuff to mail out and stuff, but I had to slow down on the mailing because it was costing too much. But I went ahead and ordered a scale, and it should be here any day, and then I can start pirate shipping things, hopefully.
Nice.
But yeah, in that case, I'll be going back to that. I did give away some money last night, though. That was fun.
Not sure who says, hey, yo, didn't get notification. You got to give StreamYard access.
And
looks like it's over in Grow Pam.
Okay, if you're in the video, click, tap the video and see if it will allow you to see the notifications there. Actually, no, I don't think it will be able to because it's a group. If you want, go follow me at my page, and you'll see me there, and you'll be able to find us again. What's up, Melanie? It's me, Jimmy. Okay, Jimmy. Yeah.
What's up, Jimmy?
I sent you an invite, I think, to the event.
When they with special needs, I wish they would change. Is just not they just keep passing them up a grade, and then finally they get their diploma. But really, they still need some type of, I don't know,
public services.
Yeah.
Like assistant, not assistants, but someone that assists in their growth and not just quote schooling, but their continued growth past school. I think I know what you're saying, because if we're talking about how it's stretched out in general, then that might be 25, 30 before they're at the level of say a high schooler that's graduating is. So we should be able to figure that out now, and we should be able to stretch that out. And if money's going anywhere, which is going everywhere, we should be able to go to that for sure. Life skills coach, like like maybe like a weekly, bi-weekly coach or something that helps.
They should still go somewhere daily and get to interact with other people that are just like them and keep learning the skills they need to improve.
Do you think they should be interacting with people that aren't like them?
Yeah. Well, some aren't like them.
I think they have that here. I think there's a program. Melanie is up and she'll be able to answer it more, but I'm pretty sure there's a program here that they have that does that.
17 people, man. We woke them up. We woke them all up, you guys.
Everybody's saying they didn't get no notifications or tags. I just got a couple people saying it.
I don't know, man. I shared through the invite or through the event I don't know.
Fucking Facebook hates you, Waylon. Quit talking about other streaming services.
It does.
Facebook, we love you, you dumb cunt.
Facebook, you were a good friend for a long time, but you're starting to become obsolescent.
Special needs is also hard on your other kids too.
It is.
My son got anxiety really bad, and then one day I was like, "Ain't no dang wonder why he's got anxiety. Our house can be very."
Well, I could understand because us as adults are frustrated, and we don't even know what to do half the time. So the kids, it's got to be like, like another world for them. Like they don't even know what's up and what's down, because you can't feel jealous of another kid if that other kid then maybe doesn't have the same capabilities that you do, and so then maybe they have this sort of conflicting feeling in them. I know with my daughter, I don't know because she won't talk to me, but maybe it has something to do with how my son required so much more of me than what she maybe thought she got of me. Who knows?
Yeah, part of that is it too, because we kind of stopped going to football games because couldn't take Dill no more. And
Oh man,
everything just got harder.
when I took my son to my daughter's graduation, and we're all walking, we all had to walk out onto the football field and stand with her, and I'm holding basically a frog in a skillet, and like, and I'm frustrated because at this point, this is when I was, kind of through in my lower phase anyway, but I was just I wasn't happy, and then I had this kid who's just nonstop running, and what, like, I'm, holding his arm as he's running in every direction, and and I'm sure it was embarrassing to her, but although
Yeah.
she didn't seem like it was, she loves her brother, supposedly, seems
Same
like
thing
it.
with Austin, but I'm sure he had those emotions too.
Sure, but he's actually gotten a lot better for so many of those things. You can negotiate with him a little bit more now, because he knows, he looks ahead though. He always likes to play. He does scripted language, and he will script what he expects you to say next. And I'm like, no, I ain't gonna say that now. Like, I'm not gonna say that. Oh, you think I'm gonna say that? No, I'm not. What do you think? So like, he'll do that all the time. Like, he'll get done with.
If you had to narrow it down to maybe one big thing that would help you the most, what do you think it would be? What service or something maybe that you think parents like yourself need the most?
Right, just somebody to watch him.
To help you there, yeah.
Yeah. Just even if it's one night a month, just to be able to be yourself.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I think financially we are failing our parents and the individuals. I think that the insurance don't do a good enough job. I think that our government don't do a good enough job providing money and assistance and education.
You want me to give you an unpopular idea?
Because my son is on medical marijuana, and we have to pay for that or come up with the money for that.
Right.
Or make it, or whatever we do. But if we put him on the drugs the doctors wanted to put him on, Raspadol or Raspadone.
Let me bring up a little bit of last week. We talked a little bit about parents versus teachers. And I want to bring it up again because I don't think there's one or the other it can be pointed to as the major issue with children, or why we have problems or whatever it is. You can't say one or the other because there are so many good and bad of both, right? So same with like police, but as far as teachers go, I suggest, and I really am into the school choice. School choice, man. You introduce competition into those schools for creating an environment that not just makes the kids comfortable, but creates like a fire that hones them into adults, and we have so many failing schools, and then you have our parents that, yes, maybe they don't have time to do anything with their kids, they don't even pay attention. They get their kids, they get the kid into school, that was their job. Okay, the kid's going to school, they're going to a terrible school, whatever it is, and then you end up with failing grades. Well, I know that school choice would fix a lot of this, but the reason that it's being stopped is because what? You have teachers unions lobbying the government against it to make sure it doesn't ever happen. Because right now, your children, when they go to school, the school gets the check. The school gets a check for having so many kids. Well, I think that check should go to the child. The child, say, we'll take my son for example. My son, if we decide we don't like that school, we aren't allowed to go to. There's very few choices for us to go to other schools. Like, you're not, like, even if we can drive to another town, we're not allowed to go to that school. But if we were, then you'd have a lot of schools cleaning up their act real quick, because guess what? If my son was carrying around a $10,000 check with him to whatever school he went to, I'm sure it's more money than that. I'm just giving an example. But like, if he was the reason that money was there or not, then they would have to change their act, and that would bypass all of these teachers that have been dug in for years through the what do you call it, the not pension, but the seniority, and all of that. They're
tenure and all that.
Tenure,
yeah.
yes. I'm tenured. I can't go anywhere. Aha. I can just be an asshole and not care. So
a lot of schools have eliminated that. So
what's up, Melissa?
At an IEP, we actually asked them why our kids' classroom can't have cameras in it. Why we're not allowed to view what they're doing for the day, how they're learning, and how they're acting. You were allowed to do it during COVID on the computer. I was allowed to view those kids on the screen, and they viewed us, and we knew what was going on.
Yeah, being able to see the other kids, and they pretend like you can't do that now, but yet during COVID you're able to.
Yeah.
Now I want to address this. I don't know if this is Jimmy saying this, but he says they have that everywhere. Isn't that what Big Brothers Big Sisters mentor program is about? No.
Well, he was talking. Hang on, Waylon. He was talking about that was
programs for the kids after school's over with, or
for all adults. Like Charlene says, we all could use one of those classes.
Yeah,
and it was in response to all of that.
Yeah, like the Big Brothers Big Sisters is like, hey, you don't have a father figure or mother figure or something. You need somebody. Yeah. Maybe we could expand on something like that, though. For sure.
Definitely. I would love to have a life training class. I think it should be something as a junior and senior in high school. You have to take this and you have to pass it. And if you don't, you ain't getting a graduating. It should be a requiring. One of them required credits. Plain and simple. Balancing a checkbook, learning how to do the dishes, learning how to fucking unplug a toilet. It's the hot and cold knobs. There's certain things that trade schools that we don't learn anymore because we've pushed college. Mm-hmm. You know what? I don't need to know X minus Y times 7 to the 8th power is ABC.
They're coming back, so the trade schools are getting more popular.
I need to know how to change a tire. I need to know how to make dinner. I need to know how to not use a microwave.
Oh, I see.
There's certain things that it's the education system.
Now, there's definitely plenty of things that overlap that we all need. So I think you're right. We used to call that life skills class. That was a class that they only offered to the kids that were more troublemaker. I can't think of the right word. Troubled kids, acting out.
They didn't need the credits that everybody else needed.
No, they did, but they just weren't going to. They were the kids that weren't showing. That didn't want to come to school. That were probably going to drop out.
The students, and you're like, "Fuck, you're not going to learn school. Let's teach you how to be an adult."
They just throw them right in, yeah. And that's the kids that, the ones that you think are, probably going to most likely drop out before they finish.
Right.
That kind of thing. And we had the actual troublemaking kids. They left our school altogether and they went to the local college, and they had a separate class there, which was called something else altogether. But they went to school at a college because they weren't allowed to go to school at the high school anymore. It was a whole nother. Matt, what's up? Heading to bed? Well, you're just stopping in.
Thanks for stopping in, Twatty.
I love Thursdays. I see people I don't see all week.
So, Melanie, what is the name of the class that they have, or
That's like
the company that the thing that Caden could go to or is enrolled in?
It's in our home. So, I've been listening. And like a lot of the financial and stuff like that. So my son he got kicked off of any financial assistance, and they said that I had to prove he still had autism, which was a stupid. And it wasn't until like 6 months ago that it was. It's been almost 3 years. Like 6 months ago that someone explained it to me in a different wording that made sense. Whereas, like, so he has the diagnosis of autism from when he was a child and in school, but he could have learned as a person. They could learn, how to get out and work and change. In 18 years, people change and they can learn to adapt. And so they want to know at what level does he function instead of does he have autism. They just worded it really dumbly, or poorly, excuse me. But so one of the things that we've had to do was get a hold of our regional center and let them know that we need assistance with things like getting a job. He can't any job that you walk into, grocery store or certain things are going to be more for him. So basically, he needs a job, and they have a life skills coach who will come in the home and I don't know, we're waiting for it. It should be any month or like within the next month. They come in the home and spend the day with them and be like, oh, okay, so now it's time to get dressed, and maybe even make them list every day, a checkoff list or something. And it's like, oh, okay, well, right now is when we would normally shower, because some of our kids don't shower until you tell them to,
routine,
right now
schedule.
Right now is when I would use the restroom because some of our kids don't use the restroom. When, you know what I mean? Like just literally life skills and just how to daily schedule on your own. So
I agree. I think that's
that
schedule helps anybody. Repetition and schedule. That's how the military can get people to at a lower IQ to function at a higher functional rate, is because repetition, schedule.
Yeah, when Dill was home, he was going to the bathroom, pee and poop in the potty during COVID. And then when he went back to school, it's like he regressed and he didn't want to go pee no more in the toilet.
And that's the thing that people don't realize is a lot of diagnosis, there's regression. We parents for 7 years.
At home, he knows, though, that's his toilet. He could just go there. At school, though, there's the whole asking or letting the aide know and the communication barrier there.
So now, answer this, Elisa and Melanie. If at a certain, because like Melanie says, they want to know what level he is at. If at a certain level, our government said, you know what, you should stay home with your kid. We're paying you X amount of dollars no matter what. What level, is there a level that should be determined at? Or is that something that's individual basis? Or what do you guys think?
I really don't think it's good for our mental health to be with them that much, but
it'll never happen, and I don't think it should. I was full-time. I didn't get paid to stay at home, but full-time when my son also had some people know.
And it's good for them to.
He had a tracheostomy. We had in-home nursing, and it still was a lot, and I still had help. So, yeah, we've discussed it too. I don't think a close family member or spouse should be. I think it and don't come at me because I'm a parent and I was his caregiver, you guys.
No,
what I'm saying is for life and full time, it's very hard to have any other kind of relationship other than that caregiver relationship. It's hard to separate.
Do you think it should be like a social worker that's assigned? Because then you have that whole aspect of, are they writing stuff down that they see in my house? Are they not liking, or should it be a service that we hire that's private, so that we know we are their customer and it's not a government person in your house? That's where it gets kind of.
We had services starting at 8 months old in our 40 hours in our home of therapy, all 5 therapies you can think of. So I was very used to someone being in my house. There's literally 18 hours of the day, including the nurses, that someone was always there. No, I think if it's necessary, then it's necessary. You know what I mean? Then whatever's happening around in your house, fucking take care of it, because this is a human being that needs.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You know they're coming, so.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you do have to be leery of it. There are situations like we've heard some of our, Canna fan, where they, even you guys, you and Elisa, you and Joe, like even with legal cannabis. So it can be something where, like, do I really want an official? But you might have to. Now,
you gotta keep it legit, like it is by the law. It has to stay behind the locked door, and nothing can be out in their reach.
Right. I mean.
So that's why we only do it in my room. Or
we're gonna deal with that. I don't want to say who, but someone's child smelled like marijuana at school. Everything is legal at home, but we're gonna have to start dealing with that. People are gonna say that if it's happening and it's not smoke around the child, but it's grown in the home. So
that's already happening, and it's bullcrap because my son is a medical marijuana patient. He could use topicals. He could smell like.
Yeah, and I didn't want to say anything like who or why or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, like legally they can, be ingesting it or using CBD or whatnot. So it's I had respite workers where there's no fucking way I would let them know I have weed. You know what I mean? Because I'd have been turned in a second. Not that it's illegal here in California, but I was scared shitless.
Yeah, there's still people can use that for some reason. Now, I'm kind of the same way because I have a public profile. This is a public live stream, and I use cannabis. But at the same time, I'm trying to fight that stigma, fight that. And actually, side note, I thought about this. I wonder if it's just a one-word topic, but do you guys think we could do a whole topic on stigma?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So maybe we'll have to. I'll write that down actually, but I want to go back to work. Back to work, you guys. So do we think there's any problem? Say you go to, I don't anymore, but like say you go to McDonald's and you have like a special needs gentleman working there. I always think to myself, like, does the manager have some sort of a special, like, does he have any training for this? Like, like the company wants to hire the person as a diversity hire, right? Diversity quota, and let them go and
for the previous
they have to do it, right? And then they'll let them go, like wipe tables or something, right, or whatever. But do we think that there's that there's some sort of growth happening for that person? Like, are they? I don't know. It's a weird situation where like the company has to do it because they want to, make sure that they're putting out the virtue signal of it. But then adversely, well,
McDonald's, I lived by this guy when I was 14. I started there, and he still works there till this day. And
I think as managers,
that gives him something to do every day and something to look forward to. And he's very, very
important to have work for sure.
Owning a business, as being managers, supervisors, I've been at the lowest of the totem pole and the highest of the totem pole that you could possibly be. I think you should train if you are going to hire special needs. Your managers in place should be trained to deal with situations like that. Whether you have to send them to take a course, whether they have to watch fucking videos, 80 hours of videos. There should be some kind of training course.
A lot of times it ends up being successful. There's another person that works there that has a relative or that kind of takes that person under their wing. Like here we have something called like Pride Industries. They hire special needs. That's what they do. They find them work. They're all job coaches. They all have a job coach. They go through I don't know how long of, spending time with the job coach and doing stuff. And then they do their assessment and look for the jobs. They also give them transportation and everything else. That's something else we're on a waiting list, because I know my son can get off from work. He is smart and intelligent. He's a big kid. It has to be that one specific job, because every other one will bore him or he won't be in, you know what I mean? So we need that job coach, but they're so hard to get in. I have to go through the regional center, which we did 2 months ago. We still have another month of waiting for the actual paperwork, and then they have like another 3 months to get back to us. So it's at least 6 months to get in to even see a job coach or anything like that. That's the problem, is we don't have enough companies and enough places that are willing to help our people.
And that's where our government could step in too, because they could be given write-offs or something to these people that are willing to hire these people with disabilities.
The Social Security money that they cut him off
of.
They
get something.
Use that for his job coach once they turn 18. If you want to do that, so he can go out and start making that money, let's do it. I'm all for it. But to cut him off and give him nothing, and then it's like he can't do college, he can't do anything right now. He literally,
it's hard to promote things that don't have a tangible, or at least a immediate notice as far as like profit or something.
Right.
And and I think definitely that special needs is definitely an area that we should have a social safety net. I'm not big on welfare in general, because I know the ups and downs of when it was created in the country and what happened to us afterwards. What happened to the family unit, what happened to a lot of things after we were given this open Pandora's box on, anytime anytime you create a situation for yourself that's dire, then you can try and get in on it. And then, so I just had a situation where they were giving link out for kids during COVID. It was not asked for, but I'm a disabled veteran without a regular paycheck, so I should qualify. Well, they just took. I have to call and find out, but I think there was an error. It went from 400 to 100. So I'm like, wow, okay. So basically, I just took a $300 pay cut. So people don't realize that's how you get sucked in. Like you can't, if you're on Link and you're on public aid, whatever it is, and you're getting so much money a month that there's no, like, you have to work 2 jobs or 3 jobs in order to try to make up the difference of that. It's just impossible. Work twice as hard to try to make up the money or not at all. And so that becomes part of the draw, right? What can I get on? What can Uncle Sam take care of me with, But then you got to jump through their hoops. So it's tough.
Yeah, and part of it with us is and there's so many points to the lawsuit, to where what we have to prove and not prove and stuff.
That's awesome, Butternips.
I might have just lost it.
And Charlene too.
Answer phones. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What were you just saying?
We moved from like the work aspect and whether the jobs that they take to what sort of welfare safety nets we could make, social safety nets we could make for them to extend them into their adulthood. I was going to read what Butternip said here. I didn't see yet. My mother worked with challenged adults in the community. Okay, she started an empathy training class in her company for people who worked with special needs. When she passed in '99, they named the building she had built for special needs life training after her. Oh wow,
that's amazing. That is awesome.
That's awesome.
Well, it's good recognition for that. Yeah.
I want to.
Every company would benefit from just an aid class for their people. You know what I mean?
Yep. They spend a lot on sexual harassment and
anger management and
someone's pronouns. You can't offend someone with their pronouns. It's like, hold on, we got people who got real problems that we need to deal with, not people who just are having existential crises. We all have those midlife crises. We all have situations where we want to reinvent ourselves. Like, can we get past the prima donnas of the world to go to the people who are helpless, that are not able to perceive things the same way we are? Like I would love to be able to do it, though.
The gender thing, he's throwing that out there as an example. Nobody get mad about it, please.
No, I mean, like, your problems of your pronouns are way, way, way down the list for me from the special needs, and like we're talking about getting into adulthood and trying to give them the adulthood that they deserve past the requirements of schooling.
Some of the things like my son being smart as a whip and all this other stuff. Don't look up to cross the street. It doesn't matter what street it is. He won't look up. And it's like, well, one time, and he's 20 now. Years ago, he was walking the dog, like 104 degrees, and I was like, walk on the shady side. 2 miles later, I had to go find him because he followed the shade. It's very specific. What to say about Social Security is that they deem that this person can make $900 a month, they're disqualified. $100 a month isn't a lot to live on, and they have no help from there on out. And I disagree with that too. I feel like if they're going to work and they're making 800 or they're making 900, they still need some kind of in there if they're expected to do things on their own.
Yep.
Our children, our family members, whatever, who's making $950 a month and go, you're on your own. Bye. That's impossible.
Well, like Charlene had said, there's so many things that they can do, but maybe those aren't things that we deem as value jobs. But we need to find a way to, supplement that. If they,
you should answer phone. Can you imagine you keep answering the phone anywhere?
No.
You guys would be stuck for 48 minutes listening to Disney facts. And then you'd be like, give me my fucking credit card person right now.
He should be answering Disney customer service.
He has actually written.
Don't
Disney.
let him work there like physically. Just
He's written to them twice with his ideas, 8 years apart, and they've gotten back to him. The same person in the legal department has gotten back days and everything, and was like, "You keep doing it, but we don't take ideas from outside." And I told him, I was like, "That guy remembered you from 8 years ago. So now, one more, he needs to know who the fuck you are." You might be writing for Disney.
I want to jump back a little bit. We touched on it for about 2 seconds and then somehow got sidetracked. Siblings of special needs. Steve-O said that his brother, I believe.
Yeah, my little brother.
What's the age gap, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, he's about 6 years younger than me, so that puts him at about 46.
Okay. So a lot different time that long ago when you guys were younger. Is there anything significant that you remember that is just stuck in your head that you're just like, man, that wasn't right, or that was amazing that we did then, or what can you tell us about your experiences, man, back then, and even now today?
Well, I can tell you that my little brother was a freshman when I was a senior, and when he came into high school, he started to get picked on, and we basically tried to make it uncool to pick on anybody with any type of special need at that point, even though it shouldn't have been cool. But we basically tried to make him a rock star, and we changed the way people viewed people with special needs in my school, because of my little brother was such a wonderful spirit that once everybody got to know him, which is always the case.
Yeah.
Once people get to know these children, they find out that they're better people than they've ever hung around with in their life, usually.
People are afraid of different.
Mm-hmm.
People are afraid of different. So, and that people will look at them different, So yeah, there's the stigma right there.
Yeah.
Well, and that's a tough one for me to okay, it's not tough for me to argue against. It's tough for me to swallow because that instinct for us to be afraid of what's different has both led to war but also led to survival in a lot of cases. So it's sort of a primal instinct to fear the unknown because the unknown is where death is, because like that exploration gene, like that feeling for us to explore the unknown is an exciting thing, and because why? It's dangerous. And a lot of times the unknown to us is an instinctually dangerous area. So now, don't get me wrong, it's a large leap to jump to where we make fun of the unknown. We make fun of someone because they're different. That's a different thing. But I do understand the kids at a small age being like curious, like they don't understand, like why is he doing that, or like they might even say it out loud in public, like why is the kid doing this? Like I've had kids say that about my son. Right next to
Education
him.
is power. Education, knowledge, educate. Because I'm gonna push right here with you. It's same thing about race, same thing about discrimination, same thing about abusing. It's educate.
It normalizes. It normalizes. Same thing with cannabis.
The
same thing with cannabis.
At first, I started crying and I looked away, and then I turned around and I looked at the little
Cheers.
girl, and I explained to her he's nonverbal and he's autistic. That's why he's not saying nothing to you. Because we were at the park and she like tapped him on the back, not knowing anything, and she's like, "Do you want to play tag?" And he like totally did not respond or anything.
Yeah.
And then she's like, "What's wrong with him?" And then I just start bawling.
Oh.
No, but see, and I think that's good though that you were able to take that time and the opportunity to explain it to that child. I had an instant.
What's up, Tucker?
This is going to be 17 years ago. 17 years ago, it was not, we didn't know about autism like we do now. You know what I mean? It's a huge change in the last 15, 20 years. I had my son who, like I said, had a tracheostomy. So I had oxygen. I had to have a suction machine. I had I had 3 bags with me, plus my child who decided he wanted to slam his head on the ground. I'm walking into a medical facility and we were going to one of his doctor's appointments. And it got to the point where I had to drop everything and get behind him on the ground and do, the bear restraint so he couldn't move. I had people, it's probably the most embarrassing time in my life when it comes to being a special needs mom of a special needs. I had people literally coming out of this door and stopping. At this, I had a fucking circle around me of people just watching. Not one person said a word, at least 20 people. And then the security came. Fucking called security on me. Security guard comes up. He's like, "What's up, buddy? That's it, you guys. It was done. Fucking meltdown over. We were good." I stood up and I looked at everybody. I looked at everybody's face and I said, "That's all it would have taken for any one of you is to step in and to help." And then that's the point where after that, I had cards made that said, "You just had an encounter with somebody with autism." And on the back, it explained all the things that you see. And from then on, I just started handing them out because it really hurt me that at least 20 people just stopped and stared at me and called fucking security on me, watching a child having a meltdown. It was embarrassing.
I'm one of those weird people, you guys. A lot of you would probably agree. I'm a weirdo, but one of the weird things that I am is I talk to strangers out in public. If I see a kid who's having, I might say something funny or say something to distract the kid, just because I've been in a lot of public jobs, a lot of customer service type jobs, and I'm just a people person, but like not everybody wants to talk to you. But kids though, in public, especially the ones that seem like they're agitated, my heart goes out to them. But at the same time, you got to be careful. You don't just go up to people's kids. Like You can stay where you are, and the kid's a few feet away. You could say something to them, but
right, like
you don't have to go and
restrain my kid.
Right, like, hey, little buddy, come up right and like lean down to him.
I've
Like, come here, hey, buddy.
I've literally gone past and been like, hey, my son is your age, and look at the mom and I'll wink or something, and I'll be like, how are you? And it stops. It's just that redirection for that half a second can change those people's day. I'm talking about the parents or the caretakers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, and the kid, if you think about it, as a kid, man, you go into the grocery store, and no one ever talks to each other, and then you're like, "What's happening here?" Like,
yeah, you just have all this shit around. It's a lot of stimulation.
Yeah, it is. And I think I was thinking of stimulation the other day, not
Hang on.
It was like no, but like all the stuff, all the input. That's one of the reasons why I spend less time on Facebook doing all the little things that they expect you to do, and I keep bitching about it because I feel so much more free. I feel free of the work and the heavy weight that was make more reels, do more, like and share and tag and every 100,000 people a day, and like all that stuff was starting to weigh on me because it was just so much crap. And then like what they say, to not look at your phone until you get out of bed, and not to be looking at your phone the last thing before you go to bed.
Yeah,
we've talked about that on the sleep episode, and I think a lot of that's so true because your brain your brain has to process all those things, and you may not even be processing the things that you thought you were processing by looking at your phone, but you saw like a bunch of ads or whatever that you weren't even paying attention to while you're awake, but then your brain has to take time to like go pick through all that stuff.
I'll tell you, my attention span's ruined.
Yeah, that's why I think we all have ADD.
Yeah, I don't think I could sit and watch, let's just say Steve Wilkos, whatever. I don't know if I could sit and watch a whole hour or so when I know I can watch the good thing in 10 minutes. I can watch all the important shit. It's just, I know it's ruined my attention span.
There's so much garbage on TV now, so that actually makes it easier to not watch TV anymore. Seen a couple of good things lately, but that's about it. I was like, all right, good. I do try to pay attention to some podcasts that I haven't watched in so long, but that's all right. It's been
one of the things growing up with my little brother, I we had my older sister, myself, then I had two little brothers, and the brother I'm speaking of was the baby. And with him he was born at 5.5 months, I think. Yeah, he was 5.5 months when he was born, so that's why he had a development issue. And
that's rough,
I remember being jealous of him. I remember being like, I wish that I had something with me so that mom would pay more attention to me and spend more time with me, and mom would put my shoes on for me instead of me putting my shoes on, and so it affects the entire family, including the other siblings. Like Elisa was saying earlier, her older son, lost out on some things for the same reasons, and and then back to what Jason said, when it comes down to the parenting a lot of the time too, and how well we can make sure that we get them as many resources as we can. And I see the frustration that both Melanie and Elisa are showing us now with the lack of resources and the funding and how long it takes to get into these programs. So it's a huge circle, it seems. But
and the parenting, it's so hard. It's hard with one kid, and to have one kid and then two kids and then three kids, and have to spread out the love just for three, excuse me, wording again, regular children. That's hard enough. And then you add a special needs child into there, and it's just, couldn't imagine.
I had a lady say that to me one time at a wedding. She said, wouldn't you like two more? She had three kids, and they were regularly abled kids, and my kid was having a meltdown, And she's like, wouldn't you like 2 more? And I think I told you this to Lisa May one time. And she's like, and I'm looking at this lady like, you like my kid's worth all 3 of your kids. Get out of here. Like, as far as she's talking like trouble and like difficulty or whatever she was trying to elude.
I wanted to have another one for a split second.
Well, that was my next question. Do you guys think I'm crazy for having another one? And what do you guys think the chances are of me having another special needs child now?
Oh,
the mother is definitely is a factor. We don't know where it comes from. I don't think.
And that's the thing is that
we don't know that it's genetic anyway. We had genetic testing done, and they said they couldn't tell us nothing at this time.
I mean, it's not from the V word.
I mean, some people, some people.
I told you, all life precious.
5 could have autism, and some people 1 out of 10 of their kids. It just, like I said, it could open up a whole new subject because, then you open up, well, what's it from? You know what I mean? And it's like, well,
yeah. I mean, similarly, men used to be what was the famous story? The King Henry VIII kept killing his wives because they weren't giving him a son. They find out that it's because the man determines the sex, and so we might find one day that there is something that determines it. But I think it could be a combination of all the stuff we're talking about: the stimulation, the preservatives, the lack of real nutrition, all these the combination of our society these days, right? But I don't want to just be negative about it. I mean, there's a lot of positive things coming out. Like, there's a whole bunch of these superfoods. Like, you have the Juice Plus from
kind of
Ashley
like
Huffman.
the cure for cancer to me. We'll never really know because the money behind it's how I feel.
Oh yeah. When you look at autism or cancer or any of these sort of what do you call them? Benefits or whatever. Anyway, these causes is what I was thinking of. There's such a money machine behind it. Like, I actually found I can't remember the name of it, but there is a disease that kills more women than anything else, but gets talked about almost none. But yet the breast cancer campaign and the money behind all the ribbons and the whole machine, the commercials, all of it is put behind breast cancer. And then yet for what sort of benefits have we made? What strides have we made? So I think you're right there with that. There's definitely, I can't remember the name of it because it's hard to remember because nobody talks about it.
Probably alcoholism.
No, it's an actual it's another disease that's female based that kills more people more women than breast cancer. But breast cancer is where all the
Melanie said she thought it was heart disease, but
but that would be both. That kills the most people in general. Let me try to search it. I hate to speak out of my ass, but I that's why I say I don't remember the name of it. But
yeah, because like the normal ones, like heart disease, high blood pressure, those are going to be the same for everybody. But it must have been something specific you're thinking there.
She said she hit the wrong button. She's feeding Scooby, and she'll be right back.
Oh, cool. Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, heart disease kills the most women, but
postpartum depression, says Loretta.
Well, I didn't mean for us to get into a list, but I should I don't know where I saw it. It was a video talking about how most of the money gets put behind breast cancer, and maybe heart disease is still correct. I thought it was something like an unusual.
Yeah, I thought it was heart disease, really.
But my point is, there's very little talked about on the one that kills the most. But I think I
know what you're talking about.
I'm wrong here, though. This is something else here. The leading cause of death for women. That's not what I'm looking for.
Well, I'm probably going to go. I do know this. The kids with disability are very, very exhausting. that I had to do everything for them, bathe them, feed them, brush their teeth, do everything pretty much that you don't even want to do for yourself. And it's hard. So just be kind.
Well, I know,
It
Elisa. I'm
is, but
sorry.
Lisa, love you
But
very
I
much.
would not trade Dill for the world. So I'd rather have
Much
Dill without
respect.
this than live without her. So.
Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your experiences and telling everybody with your family and all that. I know it's very, very hard to do. And
I don't have sound.
just remember, you are Wonder
Very,
Woman, definitely.
very valuable to a lot of people.
Oh my God. Goodbye.
Bye, Lisa.
I don't have sound. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Got a little flyer. It's getting warm out,
What's
boys.
up, Wayne?
Flyers are coming.
What's up,
Hi,
Wayne?
Brenda. Hi,
Hey,
Wayne.
Brenda.
So, Rett syndrome is a progressive neurodevelopmental disorder almost exclusively affecting women with an incident of about 1 in 10,000 births. It is a common cause of profound mental impairment in girls. Typically, babies with RTT develop normally until age of 6 to 18 months. Oh, okay. I don't know if that's it, but that's one of the also female specifics that are very high. Anyway, my point in that was that there's this problem that we have where some things get popularized, and maybe nefariously, maybe not, like that's really beside the point. But for some reason we hear about some things over other things. Like autism is pretty popular. Have you ever seen people who, we talked about this a little bit last week, where you get on the bandwagon and it gets popular and some people want to jump in and say, oh, that's me too. I've seen that with autism.
Yep.
I've thought that with autism. That's why I didn't want to actually go get tested, because there's a little piece of me that thinks that I have some sort of, I'm on the spectrum somewhere. But I've also been asked that recently without even saying it. So I was like, oh.
I could see you, but on like the Asperger's, but you know what I mean? Like up there.
Yeah, Jason said that too, and not that about me, but he said Asperger's, and I said that too, but the doctors here anyway in Illinois said they don't use that term anymore. I'm like, well, I was okay. What am I supposed to say? They finally told me moderate was like the final term they could say. Hi, Sherry.
We think, like, I've always thought my son has Asperger's, but 20 years ago it wasn't on the spectrum. It was off the spectrum, so you didn't qualify for anything.
Right.
So that's why we didn't fight for it. So now it's on the spectrum, so it wouldn't matter if it said it or not, And it's like, you know what? If it's gonna help him get some therapy and the things that he needs, then that's fine.
Well,
Sherry.
Yep, that it's weird how the terms change, but yet we still have the thing. And I actually, we have sort of, what's the word, not popularized, but we've sort of fantasized about it, like I said earlier, but in a different way. There was a TV show, and I think we've had a couple of them. There was a TV show called Alphas, where people started having these sort of like alpha abilities. They weren't like full on X-Men or anything like that, but like they had these sort of like little some sort of enhancements that were just natural and through evolution. Well, one of them was autistic, and actually, just so you guys know, in some circles saying autistic is wrong. You're supposed to say as a person with autism.
Right.
In some
My
places.
son, he doesn't care, by the way. I've talked to him about it. He said, it doesn't matter. That's how he looked at me and goes, who cares? And I'm like,
it was the natural progression of the word, I think, and I think it was just going to happen. But anyway, this kid has this whole other world that he can see, but his ability is actually able to see all of the signals in the air. Like he can see your text message if you're in the room, he can see your text message floating across the air, and he can pull that open, He can watch all the info that's happening that's coming from your TV or to your phone or whatever, and like he's able to like interact with all that stuff. So it is interesting because a lot of people have thoughts where autism in specific, I guess I should say, the autism spectrum is possibly an evolution of humankind, possibly the next step, and maybe it's not a perfect step, but it's maybe the next half step or whatever towards something of a higher being where we're able to not necessarily have superpowers, but like a different connection with our brain pattern to see things in another way. And it is an interesting thought. It's an interesting thought. Maybe it's just something that's happening because it is a different thing than say Down syndrome or, I mean, everything's different, I guess, right? But it's a different, newer thing.
Definitely
people
is.
abort for Down syndrome. You know,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine if autism was testable in utero? How many people would abort our children? You know what I mean? These children.
That's true. I didn't think about that. You can test for the
fucking crazy. Yeah, that's the only one you can test for, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, they thought that my youngest son, right at the last month of pregnancy, they thought that my youngest son Ryan had Down syndrome, and they did a couple tests, and there was they were inconclusive. But then they would show us like his hands. My son has really long fingers, so they thought that because of his hands look in a certain way and a spot on the kidney you can look for, I guess. But yeah, they had me praying big times that he would.
People, I've met some of the sweetest fucking people with Down syndrome. I
oh
swear
my God, me too.
The actual sweetest, and to think
my God,
that's the one thing we test for and abort for.
Abort for, really?
Oh yeah, that's
oh my God.
That's what I meant. Yeah,
a lot of amnios are for that reason. You can have other genealogies, some certain things tested during then, but it's for that reason. Mm-hmm. And that just is so sad to me. Like,
Melanie, I don't know if you heard me talking about eugenics earlier, but there are countries out there that do that. That's what they do. They say they've eradicated Down syndrome because they literally do not let any kids with that test with that or whatever, through the process.
Yeah. That just breaks my heart. That's just.
Oh my God, that's almost barbaric. It is barbaric.
I mean, a lot of countries did it for a long time, but I know there are countries today that do it. I don't want to misspeak, but I thought it was one of the. I don't.
And like your body, your choice, right? I get it, but if you're aborting a child for the one reason because of Down syndrome, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a personal choice. I don't agree with, but it's a personal choice.
That's where all life is precious, you know. But it is choice. It is. So, I want to go back to the education aspect real quick,
bro. Let me get you here. I got you.
Go back to the education point, and we were saying, jobs should managers and owners of companies should take a training course or something to that aspect in special needs. And from what I'm looking up and researching here, just to become a special needs educator, 4 to 6 week class. So there's no reason at all that these companies can't offer a couple week course in training their managers on how to deal with or how to approach or how to work with.
They might. Let's be.
Some companies could. Some companies definitely could. But do all companies?
I'm going to say a good amount. Okay. In the world we're in right now, 4 out of 10 employees you're going to have backlash. I shouldn't have to do that to deal with these people. You know what I mean? Like, can you imagine? And then I'd fire him, which is illegal.
But that comes with the discrimination. You can't discriminate at the workplace.
You can't discriminate.
So you should be able to fire them.
Right. Like, it's America. You can't make us do anything. Like, I don't know. I see so many people having an issue with that.
The only thing that I could say having an issue with And I'll be honest. There are times, like my son, for instance, because he's the closest person to me with special needs. He probably, as he gets older, will be better at this, but he is not good at blowing his nose or even caring about what's going on with his nose. I do
He's
not
not
want to.
going for a job tomorrow.
He's 8 years old. Maybe he should
He's
be out
not
of a
going
job
for a job
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
He should be
So
working today.
it's,
He should be working anyway. My
Right.
point
He's not
is
ready to sleep
that
yet.
I'm just saying that would be the thing that would get to me if I was maybe either at an like patroning a place or working at a place, either or.
but there's a specific job for him.
Exactly. I mean,
Somewhere there
I'm
is.
not saying there isn't. I just like those are the sort of things that I would maybe would have some issue with, and it would be really tough. That would be such a hard position.
Oh yeah, it is.
As a person with that.
Did you send the link to Wayne?
I did. I sent you the link, brother.
I saw him just do another thing, so I was
Wayne
wondering.
Cruz.
Okay.
I'll send you. I sent it directly to you. But let me put it in the. I'll go to the. It's on my page as well, but I'll put it back. Oh. Put it back on the page again. That should be the right link. Ongoing training. Yeah, that's a good point. Hey, Poondogger, how are you?
My mother works with special needs children. I was hoping that she would be up, but I don't think she had a pretty long day today. So, but she works with special needs children. She works right about 15 hours a day. And it's the requirements for the place that she works at is the parents have to be special needs also. So this is special needs parents with special needs children.
It's basically a day, like a respite care center.
It's very difficult job.
Yeah, so it's what I call daycare, but it's respite because it's for people with special needs. What makes a difference is the parents have to be special needs too. So that's.
Yep, and that makes it very, very difficult because you're not only having to deal with the parents, but the children also. And it for her, the connection that she makes with the families is irreplaceable. It really, and it's kind of hard because as a worker, you're not really supposed to make that personal connection, but you're in their home. You're in the, you're there, and but it's all aspects. It's education. It's teaching them how to do this, that, and the other. It's a very amazing job, but it is, you definitely have to be the right person to do it. There's days that she's come home with bruises all over, scratch marks all over her face, this and that. And there's times that it's from the children, and there's times that it's from the parents.
I've always thanked all of our workers and therapists because autism was brought into my life when I had my child. I had to learn it.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas, these therapists and our workers and stuff like that, they made a choice to spend every day of their life helping our children.
Do you think they don't know what they're getting into sometimes, though? Like they're like, I want to help kids, and then they find out,
I think they know more now than they used to.
No, at the respite level, absolutely. I've had some people out here that had no business because they think it is just babysitting.
Look, and I'm just going to be Mm-hmm.
But I think once you have the workers, and I'm talking about like the therapist, at that point, like
once you've gone all the way to that point, right?
Yeah, they chose to get into our hearts and spend a year and a half, 40 hours a week in my home and get to know me and work with my child. Not a lot of people choose that or would choose that because it is hard work. The first 4 months was getting my son to not scream. That is a lot.
Even the ones that take the older adults out on their field trips, out to the mall to go walking or to go into certain stores and spend what little bit of money they do have. That's amazing.
Talked about the Big Brother, Big Sister program.
Someone was. Give me one
second.
In a way,
yeah, but it's more.
could you send Wayne a message, please? Because I've been sending him messages. I sent him the link.
Well, he went live.
Oh.
Like
Yeah,
he
he
must
went
have
live.
thought I was ignoring him, but when I said I got you, brother, I was right. Like
I sent it to him too, so he got it.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
that's all we can do. That's,
All right, Wayne.
Elisa, ABA was amazing. As soon as, so I was fortunate in the way of,
there he is. Come on.
I literally saw the light go out in my son's eyes.
Check your messages. I'm
one
sorry,
day.
Melanie.
It's
I
okay.
sent it to you, Wayne.
We had already had therapy because Caden was so,
I'm not tripping.
he was so premature. So we already had ABA therapy. One of his therapists walked in, and Caden was the Gerber baby. He had that flirty, googly eyes to every female, and he just didn't look one day. Literally didn't even look. And that day we started talking about, I brought it up. I was like, I need to know, what about autism? And within a year, he was diagnosed by 2 different doctors and in full-time therapy. So I'm very thankful that we noticed that early on. Because so many people, like, I know you had mentioned denial. So many people are in denial, like, well, he was talking, then he stopped, but it's okay because then he started learning to do this and he'll be okay. You know what? That's precious time. That's a huge sign right there. And the parents know it 9 times out of 10. It's the denial and the
6
fear.
months in, we knew there was something not.
Yeah.
Wrong is the only word you could think of, but like something different. Something that wasn't. Well, actually, at the time, we thought it was wrong. I thought something was wrong because he could not go in the car when it was dark at night.
Oh, wow.
So he could not, like, he would scream no matter if it was an hour drive, whatever it was, at nighttime, screaming the whole time. And then at home, he would go into these fits where he would crying, a couple months old baby, and you could nothing you could do for hours and hours. Like he wasn't. And so, like, to me, it was like, man, there is something wrong, but
He sees dead people. Oh, sorry.
well, you know what? There's very well possible that he's sort of on that. They're on some other wavelength, and we talked about that a little bit in the sort of fantastical realm of things. But at the same time, maybe he was seeing and hearing things. Maybe he could pick up every little bit of our his mom and I's, like, little arguments or something, or maybe there was something that he could pick up on our energies that he just who knows? I don't know, because we just
Lisa and Joe are both saying, they noticed that about a year, 13
he had no
months.
words. Yeah, no, he couldn't make noise.
See, and my son had a tracheostomy, so if that was going to be the sign, I wouldn't have known until he was 4 when he got his trach out, because he couldn't speak.
How does he sue? I'm sorry.
That's okay. What was that?
Dylan, how does he sue? Does he rock? Does he bounce? What's he do?
Like now, if he's by himself, he's definitely not going to sit still. He likes to jump and he likes to make noise. But all those things are things that we would try too, pacing, patting his back a little bit harder. Maybe, okay, that's probably too hard. Still nothing, no, okay. And then it's like, all right.
Well, a lot of autistic children don't want to be touched.
My son has a hum, like he'll rock and he'll have a hum or like a
Mine squeals. He likes to squeal a lot.
I've heard him. I've heard him in the background.
You didn't use whiskey like all the other parents? The nipple dipped in whiskey? And isn't that how you soothe the babies?
What a lot of people do now.
I thought that's how you soothed all babies. You just took the baby nipple bottle and dipped it in the whiskey, and then it was done and over with.
I never gave it, like, I don't even believe in antibiotics in babies unless they absolutely need it. It ruins their systems.
I know it happened to me when I was a kid. I've got several stories about it that my grandmother, my aunt, my mother, they've all told me it. But I come from an alcoholic family too, so. I
know Steve-O walked away, but I'm curious as to, because we keep like interrupting every time you start to talk about your brother. Being that he's 46 now, where is he, like, in life, so to speak? How is he functioning? How does he live? Is he by himself?
Well, he actually he lives with a girlfriend who has 2 or 3 kids, and he actually does pretty well supporting them. He's like a service manager at a Firestone or something.
And what is his disability, his diagnosis?
Well, he was born at 5.5 months, and he lost oxygen to his brain. So he was basically, until he was about 30 years old, he was like a 13-year-old kid. And then once he hit about 30 years old, he just started flourishing and started doing very well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's amazing. I know for people like my son's 20, but I always loved hearing success stories, so to speak, you know, where it's like, oh, my brother, my son, my uncle, my cousin, you know, is now, you know, 35 and working, but it took this long and it took this, you know.
Yeah, that's real hope. That's
real
hope.
It gives me hope. It really does.
Compared to the people that just tell you, oh yeah, he's gonna be so, everything's gonna, oh, it's gonna be great. Like the people that do that, they don't even, you know, they just say those things.
I have a student.
Not to be mean, but like, do you know what it's like to tell a 20-year-old that they haven't washed their ass, or you know what I mean, like, or wiped their ass?
It's funny.
They need to go.
I have a student of mine who is really, really, really high functioning. And it's not noticeable to most people until we ask certain questions, certain social cues. He is super powered with certain things. He's definitely really fast. He's definitely got it. But I could see the immaturity and I could see the plaque. I can see how his brain's not quite working like maybe someone else's. There's been a few times where I've had to be like, dude, not cool. And he's like, oh, because he just didn't get the social cue. There's been other times where it's almost like someone who laughs at their own jokes before they get to the punchline. That's what he does. He'll like, and then, and you're like, dude, tell the story. But at the same time, he's super creative. You could tell him, dude, give me the square root of fucking 97.9 million point 3 on an axis of R. And all of a sudden he's like 42. And depending on where the Y and the R, and then you're like, oh, holy shit. Almost like Rain Man. And when I sword fight with him, I will give him certain commands. And this boy follows the command to a fucking T. Nice. I'm talking other people, they got to do it 6 or 7 times. This guy, like that, I'm like, oh, pretty good. Less acute, more aggressive. And it's because he sees the math. He gets it real quick. But mind you, I've had other kids go, man, he's very strange, Mr. Wayne. And I'm like, big deal. He's 23, 26. He's mentally about 23. Like you just said, there's times where I'm like, dude, go put deodorant on and do not come over here without deodorant on. And he's like, what? And I'm like, you need to take a shower and wash your hair. You smell. And he's like,
use soap.
And the thing is,
I'll get the look like soap. And I'm like,
right. And there's been times where I'm very blunt with him in front of other people. And they're like, you're a dick. And I'm like, no. Because his mom was one of those people that said, look, we're going to go to Disneyland today. Took him to Disneyland at like 8 years old and said, here we are at the funnest place on the planet. I need to tell you something. You have this thing called autism and you're different than all these other kids. We're at Disneyland. Let's have fun. And we're going to go on with her. And I'm like, whoa, weird. Their choice. Their choice.
Oh, that's interesting.
Their choice, you know, and I work with this kid on the regular.
I don't understand any of that, but go on.
I would put my life in his hands before I'd probably put it in your guys' hands, put it that way. With the training I've given this kid, I feel so confident that he has followed my lessons. Now, with that being said, autism is a weird thing because a lot of teachers, a lot of facilitators like to use the term in their IEP. As you saw me write it in there earlier. They can't really understand it because they have a class maybe 4 to 6 weeks long to learn how to deal with it. Now, with that being said, dude, I take classes, 4 to 6 week class, and then I take every 3 months, I have to take a recursory class. It's a 5-hour class every 3 months, like clockwork. That teaches me about autism, all the spectrum, and it teaches me how to work with people with gender fluidity and kind of how to talk with them, how to deal with them, you know?
Yeah.
Now, my son is a certain way. I deal with a lot of special kids. Now, my son, drugs mimic special needs. So when my son does a bunch of tweak, all of a sudden he's very special needs. I don't get it. It's very weird. I've met kids where I talk to their parents about medications, and the parents are like, absolutely not. Other parents are like, nope, we're going to medicate them. I'm one of those kids. I was a special child. I was in a very special class. I was learning to play jump rope and catching a ball and learn, because I had dyslexia. And in the 70s, they were like, hell, you're retarded. When it's like, no, I just put my letters back and forth, and I have a hard time. I'm lazy.
The deaf and dumb houses, you know what I mean? Like you just that, and mother still calls it that. When I had my son, she's like, "Oh, I worked at deaf and dumb places. I could have."
Right, and you're like, "Oh, yeah." And I identify. So when I work with special children, it takes one to know one, man. I figure them out right away. I've had adults go, "Bro, you kind of see him." I'm like, "Go ahead, you can say it. I'm cool with it." You know. I'm cool with it. I'm an adult now. I've been to a lot of therapy and some training. I'm aware of who I am now. I think with this topic, it's very tough, especially if you have someone in your family. It's a hard thing, is all autism is different. We cannot say that one form of autism is autism. Bullshit. I meet kids where you're like, oh my God, how are you ever going to survive? I meet adults where I'm like, oh my God, how are you going to survive? Then I meet other kids where I'm like, wow, you really got a superpower.
Like you're going some, yeah. So that's what my son is. If we can find the one employment opportunity where he can put he's got a fucking brain and imagination like no other. He can write scripts. Jason's read them, and when I mean write scripts, I mean from nowhere, just a full-on 1 hour everything, and he's got hundreds.
Well, praise is king. Okay, I use a lot of praise in my class.
Yeah.
And I use the typical 3 archetypes when I teach, okay? I give praise, I give discipline, and I give respect. So the idea there is when I work with autistic children, I have to focus on those 3, and I have to find one of the 3 that works. I had a little boy today, did not want to be touched at all.
Yeah.
Like, ah! And I'm like, whoa, okay, I'm sorry. And when I tried to get him to talk to me, say your name, he's like, my name's Alan. And I'm like, no, you can yell your name. My name's Wayne. And he's like, my name's Alan. Like, I can't yell. And I'm like, whoa. Another boy I had today, he was ice skating everywhere on the grass. Like the way he was like, he didn't want to walk today. And he told me, I don't want to walk, Mr. Wayne. I want to ice skate. I'm like, let's ice skate together, buddy. Let's skip together.
Where you're going. That's
I got all the girls just to skip.
That is the stuff that we can do, that people, like some people would be so annoyed with it, that would just fucking ruin everything. That's a little give. That's the smallest give you could, do. And it's just like skip with the boy, what I mean? For 5 seconds and move on. And it's great. It's just a matter of, like you said, learning how to, and they're individuals, just like we are all individuals. Not all of us want to be touched. Not all of us want to ice skate.
If you have a special needs person in your family, you know what I'm about to say. First and foremost, you got to know when you got to read the room every day with them. They're different every day. You have to know that for one, like my students, it's a temper tantrum thing. I got to constantly work on the temper tantrum. Like, how do I focus their energy away from the temper tantrum?
Well, they're triggers, yeah.
Yeah,
and
totally.
Getting into different zones.
And you're working with swords, though, yeah?
Well, yes, but it's about direction. I'm more of a youth mentor and showing them how to work with each other and problem solve,
Right.
First and foremost.
Well, I think with what you do, you really have to trust each other. You have to teach these children to trust you, which is not something that comes naturally to a lot, or it comes too naturally.
Let's be honest. I've had some parents come with their children. Like, I can't believe he wants to do this, but he wants to. So could you please? I'm like, sure. I've had some kids where I'm like, oh my God, I don't know if I could actually make a breakthrough with this kid. And I'll be honest, there are kids that shock me. Then there's other kids where I'm like, oh, hell yeah, put the gloves on. Like, this is mine. I challenge this autistic bitch right here because I want to make this kid thrive. And I've had those kids thrive to this day. And they tell me, Mr. Wayne, thank you for having hope in me. And thank you for giving me that chance, Mr. Wayne. And I'm like, whoa, no one ever, wow, you're welcome.
That's a huge thing. My son went to, we've tried Taekwondo, we've tried drum lessons. But it's the instructor that didn't work. You know what I mean? Like, He wanted to get in there. His first thing, he's like, I want to break boards. And they're like, no, you're going to stand here and do this and do this and do this. Let him break a freaking board for a minute. You know, the drum lessons, as much as we paid, Caden we would go from school to there. He wanted to just, the guy was like, no, let's get through the 45 minutes and you can have the last 5 minutes. No, you don't do, just like when you're training animals, and I don't mean to compare, but you let them run out their energy and then they're going to, you know what I mean? And so nothing ever works. So having a good instructor that knows, you know, what they're doing and gives a little is amazing.
You know, there's days I could tell today was May 4th. Okay. So everybody came in Star Wars clothes, all the kids. And we went out and we played in the yard like Star Wars. Right. And it was great because when you have these children that, man, they feel ostracized. They don't realize it. They're normal to them. It's the other kids and the way the other kids act. So therefore, I make sure that we all treat them with love and respect in the same exact way. I make sure that, you know, there's no picking of teams. I always go like, you, and you, go, you know, and they're like, I don't want to play with him. Oh, well, play with him. Get over it, you know? I've had other kids where they even say like, he's weird. And I'm like, whoa, get over here. And I have them in their face telling me that he's weird again. And they're like, he's weird. And the other kid's like, no, I'm not weird. And I'm like, you know, let's confront this weirdness, because the thing is in our life, right? So many people want to bury our fucking head and run, man. And autism, Asperger's, there's a few of them that are really touchy with us. You know, a lot of people suffer from it, whether it's our social cues, whether it's the plaque on our brain, whether it's the food we're eating, whether it's red dye number 77, who knows? You know, and the doctors don't really know either. They can do a test only when you're, oh, well, your son's not smiling and he's not giggling. He must be autism. No, he might be lazy. He might not want to do that shit yet. Yeah, I was that guy. I had a doctor tell my mom and dad that. They were like, my mom and dad were like, our son's retarded. We know it. Tell us. Let's, you know, it's the 70s. And this teacher's like, no, he's lazy. He wants to do it on his own. Okay. And that's what it ended up being. For me, it was like, once I figured it out, I went from crawling to running in the same day. So it's just one of those, I had to learn it on my own tempo. And I think having patience in these kids and having patience in our loved ones. My mom was on the spectrum, but never was diagnosed. And
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying, it's just a tough one. This is a really hard one for a lot of us, because it's like, we're not sure how to, you know, cope with that. I didn't mean to come up here and monopolize your space, guys. I'm sorry.
We've been talking for 2 hours, bro. You're fine.
I have a good question for you guys, since you seem to have good input on this. Do you think that a 2.5-year-old can possibly be diagnosed as autistic just because he doesn't talk a lot yet?
Not for that only reason. No.
That might be a one reason to look at it. That might be a reason to get the diagnosis or to get the evaluation.
This is my son, Caden.
Hi, Caden. Hi, Caden.
You guys have heard me talking about him the whole time, and I knew he was in the other room, so I thought I'd invite him out. If anybody has any questions, anybody that has autism, he's right here to talk. But as far as that goes, no, I don't think, for that simple reason. Like I said, it took us, when I said we had him diagnosed by 2 different doctors, it was a very long series of tests. And then they waited almost that full year to do it again by a different psychiatrist.
And Caden, at what age were you when you had that testing done? Do you remember?
Well, I don't remember getting that sort of testing for autism.
Right.
But I'm sure I was like in my infant years, I think.
2. Yeah, okay. I noticed at 8 months, and by 3, they were complete. He was diagnosed by both, but it started before he was 1, the whole process and everything. So
okay, and do you count window blinds when you look at the blinds in a window? Do you count all the blinds?
I don't have that much of ready for counting. Okay,
I'm just checking. Sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I promise you.
But he does have the organizing.
Okay, that's cool.
The lining up, like when he was little, he'd line up his cars.
His shoes, and okay.
Now it's his VHS tapes.
But I am trying to get rid of those, so.
And then it'll be lining up stuff, because it's enjoyable for you.
Yeah,
right? It's nothing we're saying is to be down on you. It's to educate other people, because a lot of people don't understand what autism is.
or they are scared of it or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think having you out here is a good perspective because you can give answers that we can't.
Yeah.
So nothing that we ask you is derogatory or to make fun of you. It's just in curiosity. Because Wayne here actually works with special needs children.
Thank you.
And I'm special needs, dude. I'm with you.
I heard that all of that stuff. And
I knew you were out there listening. I knew he was out there listening. That's why I was like, I told Jason, I was like, why don't you tell him to come out here?
Yeah, right.
To answer any sort of problems, any sort of questions, yes, I did take taekwondo and drum lessons for a brief moment, and did get interested in several specific aspects of them. And also, yes, I do write pretty inviting scripts on my Google Docs.
So out of all the other stuff you heard us talking about, do you have anything that you would want to add or change or say like that maybe we're wrong about? Because what is your name? Oh, Waylon. Waylon here. Look, it's his show. Waylon's son is also special needs. So we do have, some other people on here that have, kids and stuff like that. And Sir Steve-O in the middle, his brother has special needs. So
that's very nice.
So we are all talking about from experience, but
from secondhand experience, if anything.
Right. So from your point of view, you've heard us talking. Is there anything that you'd want to add?
Yes. I do think choosing between respect, discipline, and comments is the best it's the best choice to use for holding a conversation with an autistic person. Of course, I've had far too much experience with the discipline part, which makes why I'm introverted.
Okay, makes sense.
Think I discipline hard?
No, not from you, but from other people who are less experienced in the autistic field, like teachers and stuff.
When I learned he had autism, I started being extremely sarcastic because that's the one thing I knew that they don't understand. So it started to backfire in his teens though, because he thought everything I said, like even when I got mad, he was like, ah ha ha. I'm like, no, I'm serious this time, So there are times where now he's like, wait, are you serious? Because I wanted him to read the cues. You know what I mean? And he's gotten good at that. A lot of social cues though, I think maybe you're not great at.
I might be a bit behind on social stuff. And to answer your question about teenager stereotypes, yes, the stuff of the media of them being sarcastic is true.
Now, as far as bullying, because that was a huge fear of mine, sending him to school every day. I didn't know what would happen. I know of one instance that I don't even think you know of.
I do know of that guy.
No. Okay, so you tell us. I know of one instance that was avoided. Actually, I know of two that you don't know about, which you might find out today. But did you have any bullying or anything like that in school from teachers even or helpers or other kids?
Well, there was a case in my middle school or high school years where my math teacher, Mr. Ford, did do a number on me and was a bit too high-strung, in my opinion, which is why I got more of the C, D, F sort of grade.
So he didn't have the patience for you.
Oh no, red vein guy. Just
gotcha. Now I admit I'm good when I have 1 or 3, but when I have like 10 to 15 special ones, that's when I become very.
He's always in mainstream. I never wanted them surrogated.
Good. You shouldn't.
Segregated. I didn't want to, and he was high enough functioning that the first couple of years I went with him, and then he had a one-on-one aide for a few years, and then went 2 to 1, and then eventually just 1 in the class. But
and so
I don't
you said your name's
is more than
Caden? Is it Caden with a K? Caden? C. Caden?
With a C.
So Caden, do you feel different than everybody else, do you think?
Well, I don't think I do. I mean,
that's what I wanted to hear, buddy.
Everyone has their hobbies and their hyperfixations, and the only thing that makes me different from them is that mine's a bit younger than theirs.
Sure. Well, Cade, thank you for coming in and talking to me about this. This took a lot of courage, my friend. Thank you very much to come up here and talk about that.
Answer right there that he just gave made the
Right?
fucking arms on my hair stand up.
Totally.
Or the arms on my hair, the hair on my arms stand up. That gave me goosebumps.
Like, you're going to be fine, my friend. You're going to be really
answer
fine.
right there.
You would like to respond to Joe. Joe said, would Caden be willing to talk about medication and how he feels about whatever he has had experience with? So first of all, I would like to point out, because I know a lot of us are 420 friendly.
No, it's not that.
Hang on.
Sorry.
I would like to point something out before you answer this. Caden did not know that I partook in cannabis. He didn't know anything about it until he graduated. And that was because I'm his only parent. His father's passed. I didn't want any backlash from school because school was, marijuana is bad. And he literally said the sentence to me one day that people that smoke marijuana should be in prison with murderers. And I was like, oh, we're going to have a talk. And it was shortly after that, when he graduated, that I explained to him, I said, do you remember when I was so sick and I couldn't eat and everything and how I gained weight? And then I started explaining to him that I've used it and everything else and that it could be used for autism. And he has actually used CBD since then. But as far as medication, you can tell him what you're on if you want.
Well, I am on stuff like Risperdal and prednisone.
No, just Risperdal.
Risperdal.
How much Visceral are you taking? What's the dosage on the Visceral?
Well, I'm starting to cut down to like half a day.
It's only like 0.5. He's like,
so did they start you at the 5s or did you just start at 0.5?
No, so he started when he was, I want to say 5. They did it over it was emergency and they did Ritalin and he was up for 3 days and emptied everything in my refrigerator. It was not okay.
I don't want to know.
So then
that's me without sleep.
He did not need the Ritalin. And then they switched him to Risperdal, and it was a life changer.
I know it well. I know that stuff really well.
Honestly, when he was 5, he used to beat the shit out of me, and I was 256 pounds. So,
wow.
So the difference, but he used to beat the shit out of me, and his therapist would be like, "You just need to ignore him so he stops the behaviors." And so I videoed 45 minutes of him hitting me, and I said, "You watch this, and now I want you to know that I choose to not ignore this because I choose to not get my ass kicked by a child for 45 minutes. Hang on." But then the Risperdal stopped all that. No more bookcases being thrown in school. None of that. But go on.
And I guess now you know why I really wanted to go into drum lessons in Taekwondo.
And so why are you saying that you're wanting to cut down? He came to me about a month ago and said that he wants to cut down on his medicine and get off of it.
Because I've been on it for like a decade and a half, and honestly, after a decade and a half of using that stuff, I imagine that I would probably want to go off it eventually at some point. Because, stuff like, like, I mean, it's hard to say in words, but there's a lot of reasons why I would consider myself to be graduated from Risperdal.
Well, you know your body and you know your mind. I think that's the best part. I can't say that for you, but I respect whatever choice you make. And whatever choice you make, I hope your mom stands with you. I imagine she would. I had a question, and this is for anyone who has special people in our family. Have any of us been tested by any chance? Anybody else been tested? I got my hand up.
For autism.
No.
Any of it. Any of it.
Oh, any of it.
I said earlier that I didn't have anyone around me, but my older brother actually was dyslexic and had a whole bunch of like ADD and about things that at the time to me just meant, oh, well, he does, he gets in trouble a lot.
Yeah.
As his 5 years difference. I got to stop everybody for just a second here. I just want to point out that we may not see your comments as quickly, but 2 things. Which is kind of cool. Most everybody's on my page. There's nobody over on GrowFam, but 1 person I think right now, which is cool because then you guys can at least see each other. I can't put comments on the screen anymore. And the reason being, I decided to go ahead and share us out. I decided, oh, well, I'm hanging out
and they locked you out.
I'll go ahead and share to a few groups, and then boom, get locked out. Now it's as quick as a click of a button to say, yeah, that's me and recover. and then boom, it's back on. So we didn't even see it go offline on StreamYard, but it took away the comments, and I had to log back in on both my phones. Putting my actual password in, it kept telling me, "Are you sure you didn't forget your password, motherfucker?" It's excuse me, pardon me. It's right here in front of me. It's a frustration of mine, Caden. I apologize. They like to mess with me there, but I have it right in front of me. They keep saying, "Did you forget your password?" No, and so yeah.
Stars, Joe. And Joe is asking, and I did hear Elisa talk about the Risperdal. For us, it worked out great. That's why he's still on it. There has been times, and I'll be honest with you, where it was $200 a month because insurance was fucking with us, and we couldn't, and I had to cut him in half and stuff. And he did have jitters, and he got really anxious and stuff. But he's feeling like he's ready to get off of that. And then he's also, like I said, tried CBD and realized that CBD does help him a lot too. Don't care about the chocolate, but yeah. So there are some really bad side effects that are possible, though. One is and I'm not going to be able to say the word, but it's where because I can't pronounce it, where boys are growing breasts and actually developing milk, or like producing milk.
Is it a hormonal imbalance?
Yeah, it's a hormonal change.
Yeah, and it was a huge lawsuit and everything. And I seriously considered, oh my God, should I take my kid off of it? But at the time, he had been on it for like 7 or 8 years. None of the side effects from like that. So we left him on it. But that's something that definitely is a personal choice. For us, it worked great. I've seen it not work great for others, but I don't want to say it's worth a try, because I don't want to be like, just throw something at it. But if you're at that point, Joe and Elisa, that and I know the aggression that you guys deal with, I personally would go ahead and try a small dose and find out. He's never been on a huge dose. 0.5 or whatever he's on is like something that like a 4-year-old would be on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah.
We've not raised it in like 10 years. So I think that probably has a lot to do with it too. He's on a super low dose. So
I have a question
for
you.
We were
a lot of water.
I want to touch one thing real quick though. We were talking about Caden taking the CBD dosage. He'd taken the gummies and stuff before. Caden, will you share your experience when you accidentally did?
Oh no.
I just
don't even go there.
Well, it's not what I mean. I was just going to ask you that.
Just a medication.
I was just going to ask you: have you adversely thought of trying what Elisa and Joe try? Because you're thinking maybe they could benefit from what he's trying, but maybe have you thought?
His benefit was it wasn't a good one.
You guys, I have a very high tolerance. I mean, 400 and 500. Okay. Right. I left half a brownie and half a chocolate, which would have been about 400 to 500.
Oh wow!
On the stove. I did ask my son to clean off the counter that day. Yeah. Later that afternoon, he was like, I think I have heat exhaustion. And I was like, it's 51 degrees. And I was like, no, you don't. And then a little while later, he's like, Mom, I can't stand. My legs are not like wobbly. And so I had him sit with me. That I had him laid down. Like I was watching him all day long. Mm-hmm. And then it was after his long nap, he slept through lunch. My kid doesn't sleep through meals. And then I started thinking, I go, oh my God, Caden, come here. And I go, did you eat the chocolate that was right here? And he goes, yeah. And I go, son, you're high. And he was like, oh. So what was your experience about the whole thing from start to finish?
Well, I started feeling that sort of feeling when I was walking an old lady's dog.
Yeah, he ate it right before he had to go walk a dog.
Oh, fun.
Oh, probably felt like the dog was walking you, just floating down the road.
Yeah, sounds like a delightful walk.
Maybe.
And that's when I started being worried about but I turned out fine in spite of my feelings.
So it's hard to judge, because we've talked about THC. We've talked about it. When I did start explaining that I use it for medical benefits, I talked to him and I said, there are a lot of people with autism that use it. I was like, to get off of the atypical antipsychotics that they're on. You know what I mean? That's heavy medication. It's heavy on the liver. It's heavy on the whole body. And I told him, you know, he was 18 at the time. So I was like, you know, in a couple of years, if you want to try that, I'm all for it, you know. And, you know, I don't know.
I guess you can say I did do that in the end.
Well, I wouldn't say that was trying it. That was
that's jumping
about,
into the deep end head
that
first.
was about 15 to 20 times what you would need to try.
That's like that's like
now,
going
how do
out
you
when you're
feel
21 and then
when you do take your CBD gummies? How do you feel? Like, is that something?
I only take like, either a quarter of a gummy or half a gummy.
Okay.
And how does it help?
And it does help me calm down.
So do you take that for like high stress situations then, or try to calming down at the end of the night? Like, when do you take that?
I only take CBD sort of stuff in extreme situations of stress.
Like an extreme, like panic type, like where he's gonna throw something, or, you know, just that.
Nice.
We don't know.
We would use our THC, where a lot of people turn to, okay, I need to go smoke a blunt right now, or smoke a joint, hit a bowl, take a dab, or I'm going to break something, or even a road rage situation, you know, definitely.
I have, in case of emergency, I have 4 Valiums that are just for that case. No joke. Because if I take a Valium, I become normal. Everyone's like, oh, they don't realize, because it takes the total ADHD out of me.
Okay.
But I take about 4 of them and I'm just like, now I can do anything. My mind's not like cluttered. And I know that's not good advice, by the way, guys. That's not.
Xanax is a lot like
sorry, Wayne. I'm ignorant on pills. What is a Valium for?
Valium is it's anxiety.
Okay.
It
like
basically,
Xanax, kind of.
but super strong. Before I fly, I'll take them because I don't fly very well. Just takes the edge off. I become less frantic and agitated.
Okay.
Because I become frantic. That's where my specialty comes out. No one moves as fast as I. No one processes information as fast as I. And I become short-witted with people. I become short-handed with people. And my wife goes, oh boy. And she'll back up because she sees that I'm like, it's AD freaking H that was supposed to wear off when I was an adult. Son, I'm a 52-year-old adult with ADHD.
D.
ADHD.
I admit it. I'm straight up. I admit it. You know, I'm that guy who can drink a big ass thing of coffee and go lay down and go to sleep.
Yeah.
And my wife's like, I hate you.
It's the H. It's the ADHD that where the Valium is just gonna, you know, make you not fall asleep. The coffee is gonna make you just even, you know.
Do you know that I have some friends of mine who are adults that are on the spectrum? Ooh. And recently they have been using psilocybin as their microdosing technique. And I've been kind of checking in with them lately, getting the vibe. Oh. One of them, she has like a total breakthrough. Like when I talk to her, she wants to like get very close to me. And she wants to tell me all her secrets all of a sudden, which is funny because before she really didn't want to. Her brother, I'm not going to say he broke the fourth wall, but he's definitely like, I can see he's respective. And now he's like thinking a little more of like maybe trying some other things. He caught me smoking a joint one day and he blew up to his mom, my best friend, and basically made a big ordeal because I was smoking a joint in my car. And she was like, okay, hon, we're going to explain what Mr. Wayne is doing. Is I was giving a private sword lesson and I was getting baked in the car before I went to my lesson. They're friends of the family. I don't have to be all professional. And
I agree with you.
But they have been using them lately and having really good responses lately. It's a family of autistic folk that I know.
Yeah, I don't know that we'd go there at this
point. Yeah, I'm not sorry, that came out wrong. I'm just
it's just an education level though. It's just knowledge, you know, it's something that
that's perfect. You know, for me, I would try it I would do it in microdoses because of the issues that I have, but I have pancreatic issues and it can cause it can flare that up. So I can't even try it. But I have nothing against it. I'm in California where it's legal now. You know what I mean? You can buy it in so I truly have nothing against it. I think if it's helping you, it's
So where in Cali are you? You're in Northern Cali, right?
Yeah. So I'm not far from Oakland, where it's the first.
I just got back from there yesterday, and I'm going back up this weekend for a war.
So I'm not far. I'm an hour, maybe 45 minutes. So that's where they first decriminalized it and made it legal. And so now all of California is just like, fuck, you want chocolate bars? Here you go.
Yeah, you could buy psilocybin bars everywhere. It's funny.
Yep. They're in the glass shops and all of it now.
Yeah.
Glass shops, tobacco shops, all of it.
I mean, they're doing ketamine therapy in doctors' offices for two reasons: for chronic pain and for
acting therapy.
For chronic pain and for depression. And they put you under, but they do it obviously in a setting where they also give you I believe it's Versed or like a Xanax type.
No, it's Versed.
Right. So you're knocked out. It's like you're up tripping for hours. It's to reset your mind. Truly, you're knocked out. You don't remember it. And I'll tell you, I have had ketamine in 2 of my surgeries, and the first time they left I had a spinal IV. They left that ketamine in for the week that I was in there after my surgery. For a good month, I don't think I stopped smiling. I was in the best fucking mood that I have been.
That's called a K-hole. That's what that's called.
Yeah, well, my K-hole was great that month. Let me tell you.
When you fall into a K-hole, when you fall into just the void.
I mean, my pain doctor does it. I've never had it, but if I could go in there once a month or once every other month and feel like that month because of my chronic pain and everything else, I absolutely would.
I'm one of those people that I witnessed something very bad on that stuff, and I had to resuscitate someone on that stuff.
See,
and it messed with me, and I don't like it. And I don't like it. Recreationally, it is not cool.
No,
and not cool.
This is in my doctor's office, you guys, being watched, monitored, everything else, not like in the corner store going, hey,
I've been in the rave community for a long time, and I have been able to stay away from a lot of that because I'm a Burning Man guy. I have stayed away from a lot of that stuff. I am all Mother Nature. It's like mushrooms, cannabis. I'm all about it. But as soon as we start getting any of that pharmaceutical crap
comes from a plant.
Yeah, but it's manufactured in a lab though. So, and it's cut with other things that aren't from Mother Nature. So I can't buy that one either.
Again, everybody in a doctor setting, being monitored, being watched as a medical procedure.
Oh, the government tests all those things. That's.
But I want to say, I do want to say it's cool if that's stuff that you guys like to do. No judgment. I'm just saying for myself.
No judgment. I'm just not promoting it. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I'm not promoting any street recreational usage of any of these things, but under a doctor's guidance, I think it can be very helpful.
You know,
I wouldn't promote buying I wouldn't promote buying prescription drugs through the street either.
Right. No.
Because a lot of times people have been known to taint things and to do things with fentanyl, but not only that, but you can get pill presses pretty cheap, and people can make what you think looks like Advil, and then hurt you with it. So
there's something that's happening right now. Apparently, you know how over the last however many years we have this opiate crisis, and they're everywhere. You know, whatever.
Through the doctor's office.
3 days. 3 days. Not me. My surgeon's nurse searched for pain medication. Mm-hmm. All the pharmacies are out because they are on a limit. Like CVS only gets so much a month. Walgreens only gets so many a month or whatever.
You want to hear a crazy one?
Now apparently there is a national pill shortage.
So here's one that'll drive you guys nuts.
Right here and find them fucking anywhere.
My son is on a cocktail.
Shortage. It just.
My son's on a cocktail because he has HIV.
Okay.
But he takes a cocktail. Mm-hmm. That cocktail is $1,500 a month.
Oh, wow.
Oh, God. The state covers 10% of it.
Are you serious?
That's crazy, Wayne.
That is 110% a medical issue, and they cover 10%.
HIV, baby.
I have
California.
organ failure, and the medication I need to be able to eat, they just stopped covering it. It's $1,000.
So he said, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Go on.
So my son will show up to my home, and he'll do a lot of meth, which I can't stand. I hate it. I have no love for it. And it mimics mental illness. So while my son's here, it's like having someone that is completely full-blown, 100% useless in your home. And I just told you he has HIV, right? Think about it. Now we start getting into the real world of holy shitballs. So Wayne, your good friend here, supplies his home with lots of latex, lots of vinyl.
Yeah, there's the reason that medication's out there.
If I may,
Wow.
if I may mention,
Do you have? Do you keep Narcan on hand?
I am avidly against Narcan. That killed my mother. I'm not down with Narcan at all.
So why?
Okay, so you know how Narcan works, correct?
Well, it reverses it for about 20 minutes, yeah?
Yeah.
And then
So,
it all. So I know that it gives you that 20 minutes to get help. That's
yeah,
what
okay. A Narcan shot, if you want to dope somebody up for that 45 minutes and walk the walk and walk on the other side of the world with them, by all means, go for it, sister. I will never do it again. I was responsible.
Why?
I was
Because
responsible
I
for.
carry it with me.
And by the way, this is my opinion, and I don't want you to feel like I'm pushing that and talking no judgment, okay? I carry an EpiPen with me because I have to, right? Because I'm allergic to certain things. But the thing is, Narcan is not to be fooled with.
Right.
I don't think police should be carrying it. I don't even think EMTs should carry Narcan. I think Narcan should be used only under the supervision of a doctor and not a full-on physician. I'm not talking about a nurse practitioner. I'm talking a full-on doctor who is bonded and licensed in the state of whatever you're in. So when that Narcan goes wrong, your family can get restitution. That shit's evil, man. It's scary. It scares
and that is something that if because I've seen people fucking ODing on the sidewalk and no one's done anything and I couldn't, anyway, so that you are liable if you're if I'm driving by and I were to see that and have Narcan and I give it to her and she has an allergic reaction or whatever, I killed her. Or
I learned my lesson.
There is a liability there, but
I was at the beach.
I would rather, in my eyes, want to try to save that person's life than not.
Well, you live in California like me. I was at the beach, hanging out at Venice Beach, having fun with my beautiful wife, smoking, having a great time at the beach. And I saw somebody floundering in the water. I ran out to help get this person from floundering. I gave CPR to this person on the beach. I resuscitated this person on the beach, the full 9 yards, okay? I ate their lunch, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
I got yelled at by the police department and the Ocean Patrol for doing it. And I'm like, I'm supposed to sit and watch this girl.
Are you certified?
Yes, I am.
Then
and
it's your duty. You have to.
That's what I said to him. That's what I said. I went off.
You fucking have to. You are.
I went off on the poor
go to jail
girl,
for
man,
not.
on this lifeguard. I let her have it, man. It was like, and my wife was just like, holy shit. I've done it 3 times. I've resuscitated 3 different people at 3 different times. I don't like it.
Not helping. If you're a nurse, a medical professional, if you have your certificate and you stand by and do nothing, you can be arrested.
Yeah.
But then do something, you can be arrested. Figure that shit out.
Like what they call the Good Samaritan law, I think it's called. I think it is.
Yeah.
Or if you help somebody in their time of need or like a car accident or something. I've always wondered about that, like highway stuff,
But I'll pull over. I've pulled over. I've seen babies, in car accident. I will pull over. I'm that person that's gonna run into fire. If I can help somebody, I'll deal with it later. You want to get mad at me because I helped somebody live? Let's go. I'll fight it. That's fine.
Well, during Katrina, I went into houses with a life jacket looking for dogs and cats. Put it that way. Okay, I got hired to do that. So I was a first responder animal finder during Katrina.
That had to be rough, though.
I get stuff.
Well, I'm sure you didn't find all living. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I had a
picture that has never left my mind.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want it in my mind. No offense, but I couldn't do that. I don't think I could do that.
You know, from my perspective, if you compile and confound all of that, all of those injustices, with the fact that we're now dealing with another writer's strike, on top of all this,
you're right.
I've got one thing to say: pork's back on the menu, guys. Get ready to eat.
Reruns, baby, reruns.
Not just actual pork, political.
It's going to be rerun city. As you know, I'm here in California. My wife and I are both in the union, so she's on top of list. She's always like, "This is what's going on. This is what's going on," and I'm like, "I don't care. I'm a stunt guy. It's not going to affect me." She's like, "But it is because those movies," and I'm like, "Oh, good point." So,
yeah. And also CW, for goodness sake, that network is dead.
Hey, are you guys? Is that your son or no?
Yeah, that's my no relations. You just happen to have the last name.
I was like, because he comes up, he's like, "I'm Mr. Cruz, by the way."
I know, right?
I think that's awesome.
Which is ironic because Wayne, you look older than him.
Well, that is the that is the joke.
I'm only 22, so be careful.
Really?
Yeah. I die of this, man.
Okay, I'll give you that reason. But other than that, I doubt it.
All right.
Hayden, I really want to thank you for coming up here, buddy. It's really, really awesome that you came up and talked to us and shared your experience and have talked about everything, man. It's really awesome. I'm very proud of you for that.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm very proud of you for that.
Thank you. I thank you all. But to be honest, I didn't really expect to be talking to you guys tonight, so this is just a happy accident, if anything.
Well, we're very happy that you have, Caden. You're a remarkable young man, and I always like saying hi to you every chance I get.
Yeah.
And one more thing before I head out. If any of you guys have any connections with any companies, try to see if they're hiring, okay?
Okay.
Just remember, Caden, we are Legion. Just remember that, okay? We are Legion. We are strong. And everybody knows where we are. They know where we are and they know who we are. And do not be fooled.
Great. Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy.
I'm not kidding about the hiring thing. I really am.
Okay,
you need a job.
Want to come dig holes?
Okay, I'm going to see the camera off for just a second.
So something I noticed there within the conversation, we're talking about different forms of help that you can get and where we're at, where we're located as far as like medicines and services. There are a lot of those types of things that you can get elsewhere, which obviously is not easy. But sometimes there's like a like a hospital in certain places that like specialize in whatever issue it is that you have or your loved one has, and it might overall benefit us to completely move to closer to these locations. Like say, one example, like we talked about school choice, one example is to move to, some people will move to where there's a better school. Not everyone has that option. But we have those types of things within the medical community, within services, within hospitals. And so what do you guys think? I mean, we all want better services everywhere, but there's a point where rubber meets the road, where maybe we got to think about, okay, where can I go? And that's what I talked about. We talked about cancer not long ago, and we're like, man, there's places in other countries that are doing like experimental new things, and it's not easy to just pick up and go, let me take a trip to across the ocean. But
Yeah.
The world is connected in a lot of ways. Go ahead, Melanie.
I just want to say in the comments, by the way, I'm Georgia. I just want to point this out because I think it's important. Anthony Cruz says right now I got the same amount of clean from heroin as he did using. 14 years going on 15. I want to tell you I'm super proud of you, bro. That is amazing.
It is.
He was trying to come up, and he just kept getting. Yeah.
That
He and I talked about.
I didn't want that to be overshadowed. I personally, this is my 25th year clean.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
16.
From meth, and I actually didn't realize that this was my clean month until right now when I typed that. I was like, oh shit, it's May. I got to get my 25-year chip.
I guess
mine was January. Mine was January. 16 years, no heroin.
Whether it's one day or 12 years, congratulations, because it really is one day at a time. That first day matters. The second day matters just as much as the fucking first day on the 10th year matters.
And if you ever want to go out and get a balloon, I know the perfect guy at MacArthur Park. Bad joke, I know.
There you go. But keep doing it. You got it.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, I have the comments pulled up now, guys. So, yeah, Anthony, sorry about that, StreamYard, but you know, that was probably the coolest thing I've ever seen you say. You know, the Anthony I know would have said something more like, I don't know.
Anthony and I, there's a chance we could be related. Who knows? But the thing is, he and I have had some deep ass talks at late at night, man. Me and that dude have spent many a night smoking weed throughout crazy hours of the morning, pontificating the megaverse, you know? And I'll say, I think that every time that we do this with people and we do that pontificating thing, you get a little like glimpse at like a little something that you might not have known before. And I want to say the same thing. Thank you, Anthony. Just that's pretty powerful to hear, you know, from someone I know. We joke around a lot. He and I, we make a lot of stupid jokes. I agree with what she said, my friend. Congratulations. I'm sorry for making my dumbass comment afterwards.
Nah, I just feel like that was something that we needed to definitely stop it.
Yeah, definitely acknowledge that. Yep.
Oh, Anthony, I'm sorry. He says, what hurts the most is my son has fallen into my footsteps. He is deep into addiction. I hope it makes it out. And and it's, don't think of it as a parent, like, don't think of it as falling in your foot. It's a gene. It's the addiction gene. It's not that, I mean,
we also have to realize that it's not.
I can't say he wasn't taught because I don't know what he saw.
Right.
But
some of it maybe, but not.
It's not always that he's in your footsteps because of you. So don't try to hold all that guilt in, please.
And then don't be frustrated. I think a lot of people think, well, I'm just going to explain to them all my mistakes and they'll get it, and then they'll understand that that's why I don't want to do that. Well, no, they may not understand at the time, but what they do understand, and they meaning any people around us, what they do take note of and what they do understand is your climb back out of that hole. Seeing you doing better for yourself, seeing you moving forward and making positive movements in your life and growth and good growth. They see that and they think, well, I want to be doing that too. You know, like they'll follow you there too. They may have followed you there to the bad place, but they'll tell you what, man, you get yourself out of there. They'll follow you to the good place too. I mean,
this is a tough one right now because I had my son show up at 9 o'clock this morning in filthy, ugly clothes because he's homeless with his sleeping bag, a soaked blanket, saying, talking in circles and telling you how the FBI was chasing him and there's a guy outside with the machete who wants to kill him.
And that's
my poor wife is like, my wife's like, oh, and I'm like, leave, bye, go. And she's like, Wayne, and I'm like, I'm fucking tired of this. It rips my wife apart for months after. And it's so hard because this is someone who wants to cut corners and they're not learning from cutting their corners. And as a parent, there's only so much we can sit by and say, dude, or girl,
I mean,
or whatever.
he's got a you know, he's got a few things on him too. You know, not only does he have special needs, but then the addiction, and then the homeless. Like, God damn, you know, he's got a lot on him, but he does have to make a choice on his own at some point.
There's got to come a point in our life as a parent where we have to learn to be parents. And sometimes praise is a beautiful thing for our children.
But coddling isn't an addiction.
No, we do not coddle. There is not a fucking coddle in my life, by the way.
Nope.
And maybe that could be the problem.
My son either. I don't coddle. I never have. Like,
yeah.
If he's hurt, yeah, you know, I'm empathetic and I'm, you know what I mean? I'm there for him, but I've never been that person. It's like, get up and do it again. You fell down as a child, you get up and do it again. That's what we've got to do. Learn our lesson.
People used to always give us shit because they're like, man, your husband talks to your little babies like they're little men. Because I never was like, Gucci, Gucci, Gucci. I never, oh, you got to go poop. Come on, let's go poop. Oh, you like flowers? Those are cool. I never once, Gucci, Gucci, Maji, Gucci, 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 airplane, yes. Never. You know, it's like, eat. We're going to eat. We're going to learn to eat. Watch me eat. I'm going to eat. You try.
They learn words. That's how that works, you know. And
we taught them love at a young age. And I told my son at a young age, I don't care. I had a feeling when he was a youngster that he might be he might like boys. I had a feeling. And I said to my wife back then, I told him, I don't care who you love. I don't care who you hold hands with, as long as we treat each other with love and respect. That's the only thing I care about. Therefore, when he finally came out, it was a little weird. I could tell he was scared. And I was like, what are you scared of? You know? And he's like, and I'm like, dude, you like dick? And he's like, my wife's like, Wayne. And I'm like, what? You know, like, who cares, dude? Because this is awkward for me too, you know? And
was he already on drugs when he came out to you?
No. Yes. Yeah. He's been doing drugs a long time. He's been trouble for a long time. We've been doing this dance for a very long time. And I thought, to be honest, go ahead and laugh at me, and anybody watching this is going to laugh. I thought that his fluidity gay thing was a passing phase. I thought it was like, I'm gay because I want to be treated. I thought. Now I know that it can be, but no, it's not. Yeah, it's not.
Sometimes people find out they're actually bi.
Yeah.
You know, but.
Well, I wanted to bring it up last time, but that episode was too heated already. But I did want to bring up, and a lot of people will get mad about it, but a lot of people who are heterosexual have dabbled when they were younger, you know, with the same sex. And it might have been
societies that's
might
normal.
have been a game, it might have been this,
yeah.
But a lot of them, that could be where their anger comes from when they're against homo. You know what I mean? Because they take it internally. Maybe they liked it.
I think that, you know, homophobes come in every shape and color.
Absolutely.
And I think that
there
when
are
someone
people that are homophobic,
I had a good friend of mine tell me, Wayne, I had a very good friend of mine, not knowing about my son, tell me, if my son came home and told me he was a faggot, I would disown him. I'd beat his ass. And I went, nice. My friend goes, dude, Wayne's son's totally gay, bro. Watch it. And he's like, oh, and I'm like, it's cool, dude. Don't mind. Just don't talk like that to me.
Yep.
You know, like, it's a tough one right now with people, you know, around the world, man. I don't care what topic you talk about. Everybody's hot right now. Everybody's feeling awkward right now. And I think it's a choice of us to get up in the morning and feel good. And it's a choice that we can get up and like say, hey, I love you. And it's a choice we can get up and start our day with like, man, I'm going to try to like smile today. I tell my wife that all the time. Today, I'm going to try to smile all day. I challenge all of you right now when we leave this room. I challenge you to go in your Facebook feed, go down the line and like every single thing you see. Just hit a like button. Everything. I challenge you.
I usually do that to most people on my friends list, but I want to point out that what we're talking about are things that, like I said earlier, those if you're hung up on stuff like that, then you're never going to look down the line at our most vulnerable,
bigger issues,
special needs people that we do need to be putting our time and effort into. I honestly think no matter which way of the gender debate you're on, I don't think I think the money that we're spending on that could be much better spent towards the people that we're talking about today, you know, and in the needs of people who cannot help themselves, or at least have a lot less ability to make those make that growth on their own. You know what I'm saying?
So I'd like to bring our topic and what we're talking about together, because I think that there may be a correlation.
Connection.
Do you guys think when it comes to special needs, lack of help, lack of treatment, lack of medication, that can lead to addiction as well?
A special needs person can most certainly become an addict for sure, and then that gives us an easy overlap where we just throw them into the drug addict. Yeah.
Yep. Now they're just an addict. So how many of our addicts out there need mental help? You know what I mean? Or are turned to it because they couldn't get the mental health.
I don't know, but I think the people who I speak from more of a conservative mindset, as far as I think some people are afraid, not necessarily because they have a hate in their heart for those sort of people, but they have a fear that you use it as a crutch. I'm a drug addict, therefore I must have some mental health issues, so I'm actually a victim. And then you have a lot of people that want to use that because that becomes a powerful tool, right? Becoming a victim gives you the ability to use all the services. It becomes the ability to say it's not my fault. All these things that when you go through the 12-step program isn't necessarily what you're being told. So it gives you a different outlet for that. Well, it's not. I can't be the person it's my fault by going to rehab. Instead, I'll be the person that, it must be, but to your point, it's really hard to find the ones that actually would have a mental health problem without any sort of a drug issue.
Right.
And you can't test that. You can't say, all right, let's put everybody in a room and take the drugs away for a minute and see what happens.
I mean, I'm just the people that hear voices, that alone, a lot of people turn to alcohol and drugs just to stop the voices. I've heard that from so many people, that I wonder if, the mental health part affects them to where they feel normal, to quote unquote normal on drugs, because they feel like that's where they fit in. And I
drive certain friends crazy because this last weekend I was at a party with a bunch of people. I had 3 beers and I'm like, I'm done. My buddy's like, I wish I could do that, bro. I gotta have 9 more. And I was like, I'm cool. I'm a social drinker. I'm a total normie. I can have 1 or 2 and be cool. And now I do like to be socially partying with people. Now you brought up 12-step. I know the program very well. I've always used the program, but I've leaned away from the whole Christ part of it. But I've always used the fundamentals of 12 steps and the whole making amends and cleaning and making sure that I'm doing the right thing and treating people with love and respect. I think it works, and I think it's a wonderful thing. Our other show that we do at LMX, we talk in depth about it, because one of our guys is a therapist, and he gets online and he can give some real deep talk. A lot of time what happens with us drug addicts, whether you're using cannabis, whether you're taking, NyQuil, whether you're taking prescription drugs, or a lot of them, or you're buying drugs over the counter, or you're buying them from the guy down the street. The thing is, that old saying of one's not enough, 100's too many. The thing is, most of us don't know that when we're getting into it. Most of us got this problem. We're stopping the voices. We're chilling out the anxiety. We're stopping the anger, or whatever it is. I know other idiots who go out and go, I got to go punch someone in the face because I'm mad today. And I'm like, what? I don't equate anger and getting better together. So it's really
I was that kid that was so angry all the time. I broke all my knuckles on every brick wall possible.
But now as an adult, we get that choice to have the scale. We get the choice to wake up today and go, okay, look, I'm going to do really good today. I want to say hello to somebody. I'm going to hold the door for a little old lady. Or we got the choice to be like, fuck you all, man. I'm going to listen to punk rock all day and flip you all up and spit at you when I drive by. It is a choice, right? And I'm one of those guys. I'm trying to live a better choice, to be honest with you guys, right here. I'm trying to make amends and make cleaning up in my life, because I've been a pretty shitty person for a long time. Coming on here and talking with you guys makes me feel really good to talk about something I got at home right now that's hurts. I'm not going to lie to you. My son's right over there right now, man, as I talk about him, and I'm so angry I can't go next door and grab him by his hair and take him in the front yard and beat the fuck out of him. I can't. And thank you for giving a place, Waylon, for us to have this. Thank you for having topics that I think people either, hey man, they might be afraid to talk about, or they want to talk about. I appreciate it and wholeheartedly want to say thank you. Last week, yes, I was a bit triggered and I was not going to stay there and get mad at you guys and act a fool. This week, I thought I'd come in and say, hello, I love you guys, and give you love and let you know that thank you for being here, because I do dig seeing what you do, Waylon.
Well, yeah, I mean, you did something that was hard to do, to come back and to explain yourself. I mean, we all like to talk. We like to hear each other. Some of us like to hear ourselves talk. I like to hear myself talk, but it's very difficult to come back and explain yourself after leaving a scene, being upset, you know.
Yeah, it was hard, man. That was hard for me. I was in fire that night.
You know what? There was a
That's
few
what
people.
this is for, yeah.
There was a few people fired up, and that's a good thing.
Yeah,
it is right there, Melanie. That's it. Right there is it. That's a good thing, because Wayne, let me ask you on a personal level. Did you look at things a different light after watching that show? Did anything at all that was said make you go like, oh, maybe? Not at all.
I had already been down that road for a long time. I'm an older dude. I've had gay friends my whole life. I was around a bunch of gay people. I worked in the movie industry that was gay. Mm-hmm. I do not have a problem. I will rally the flag for my gay brothers and sisters, matter of fact. I'm the front guy on the front line with the sign going, fuck you. You know, bigot is a bigot. I don't care if it's because your skin color or because someone you love. And the thing is, what it did, though, I will say, let me recant that. Yeah, Waylon said a few things that was very nice and beautiful to hear, Waylon. When you had said about the kids who can be very confused, you know, and the deaths that happened after. I'm paraphrasing, forgive me. Mm-hmm. Dude, that meant a lot to me, because I watched my son go through some crazy shit over this. Mm-hmm. And I can't tell you how bad I've wanted to leave this house to go find those people who wanted to beat up on my son. Not gonna lie to you. Not gonna lie, guys. Wanted to put the Batman hood on, and I wanted to go give some justice.
Yeah.
As a parent, all of us have been there in one way or another.
It's a hard thing when your baby says to you, why do they hate me? Because I love somebody different, Dad.
But I also am one of those people, though, that I don't think I necessarily need to know that, like, say you beat me up. I don't need to know it's because you hate the way my left ear looks. I think you beating me up is enough of a crime. So us going into this whole additions into the whole crime side of things, and we're off topic a little bit, but this also pertains to special needs, because a lot of people do get physically used to special needs kids, especially we're talking about out in public, away from the home. Maybe foster kids, the kids that don't have maybe their direct family nearby, and a lot of these kids get the same treatment.
Or their caregiver.
Right. So my point is, I think it's a horrific thing to have the violent act in the first place, and so I think you do a disservice to children to even to entertain that it's because of some immutable thing. So, like, I always point out that it's probably just because they know that's going to hurt you the most. I talked about this before. The same with special needs kids. I try to tell my son, you know, like, he doesn't typically understand when someone's making fun of him, because he's not even paying attention to that.
Yeah. And that was what my fear was and that's actually, I don't know if he's in the other room listening, but that's what happened. His phone was stolen and they were picking on him, and unless he's listening right now, to this day he thinks he lost it and it was recovered. But those girls got suspended. We took that shit as far as I was ready to talk to their parents. They thought it was fucking funny to distract him and talk to him about Disney while one of them took his phone.
Right, because they knew that's what the thing that he does, and they're like, let's just take the thing he does and make fun of him. It's not because they hate kids that talk about Disney. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just a good
they were just little
perspective. It's perspective, and you can't say that about everything, because there are there's hateful people out there. But those types of people are generally going to hate on a lot of things. Like, it's very, very rare to find a person out there that's like, they got that one thing that they're just a hater of that one type of thing, whether it's a type of person, whether it's a thing, whatever it is. That's pretty rare to find that type of person. Otherwise, they're just a hater in general.
One of them was a new girl. Yeah, one of them was a new girl and trying to,
Right.
Whatever.
Well,
This brings perspective to us, doesn't it, you guys? Like, I'm not
Oh, yeah.
saying like people will give me some specific example of maybe a situation, but my point is like we all got to give that perspective because maybe it ain't always about you. It's about them just finding that button to press, or it's about someone being a hater in general because they just, you know.
I think that's why I never talked to him about it, because it wasn't him. It wasn't like,
Yeah.
I mean, it was
No
these three
need.
girls being little, girls. And I mean, this was probably his sophomore year. They were high school. But
it was bullying.
Yeah.
Downright bullying.
And the only other time that there was other bullying was in middle school, and they were also female.
You know, I had laughed because my student, we were at a cowboy event, we're all dressed up, and my student pulled me aside and he's like, Wayne, I'm like, what's up? He's like, the girl with the red hair? I'm like, yeah, what about her? Her name's Amy. What about her? He's like, she's really pretty. I'm like, go right on, dude. And I'm like giving him the shoulder thing, right on, man. And he's like, I get this weird feeling, Wayne, like down here when she's around. And I'm like, oh, he's like 24, 25. And I'm like, oh, man, like, I don't want to have that talk with him,
Right.
But I was like, that's cool, dude. I'm like, congratulations. That's an okay feeling, man. That's a good feeling. Don't worry. It's not bad,
Yeah.
Well, someone had heard that talk and they thought it was their place to go make fun of it. And they found out real quick that I don't take that shit. My friend Austin had no clue what they were even talking about. He was oblivious until he heard me come unglued. And he was like, oh, you're talking about what we were just talking about. And I'm like, sorry, buddy. I'm defending your honor right now. I'm sorry. And it goes back to that bullying thing, and it sucks, man, because bullying, eye for an eye is not the way to do things. And I think, if we call bullies out on their shit, I think that's a cool way, maybe. Let them know that, you're being a tool right now. And it sucks because sometimes, I don't want it to be my job, but you kind of feel like, well, someone's got it, right? I mean, maybe it's just me.
But do we want to, in a way, punish our bullies before our bullies become criminals?
I think the tough love kind of comes to mind. Punish maybe
bullying starts at home. They're unhappy or they're watching it happen at home. Like there's kids happy.
Well, it depends on what you mean by
punish
bullying,
ain't the word that I'm talking. Let me refer. Should we educate? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Should we educate our bullies before they become criminals?
What do we mean by bullies, you guys? Because you could just as easily be the popular kid who is, like you were saying with the girls. That's not the typical bully situation,
That could have happened to anybody, though, too.
True. My point is like the situation where you might just be some kid who's an a-hole who thinks you're cool, and you make fun of kids, and that makes you a bully, But although hold on, we did this, we talked about this. Bullying typically means they're looking for something from you, not just being mean to you.
I don't think
we have bullying on here every day.
Yeah,
we
I don't
have
think
bullying on Facebook every single day.
Yeah,
we got people that take it as they're joking, but it's actually bullying. Oh, I'm just joking with you. No, bitch, you're actually being a downright bully because you wouldn't do that to anybody else. You're being a downright bully. Just because we're sitting here, we talk to you every single day. You think that you can come across and say this? No, you're being a bully.
Thank you so much for saying that. Thank you. I run into that a lot.
For a lot of people, they're even more bullies online because it's that keyboard courage books, where they would never say that to you in person, but they'll type it, and it's like, no, don't. Anyway, this opens up a whole new feeling for me at the moment because of.
I want to give a big shout out, guys. We got a lot of people, like 14 people still, I think, at least floating around in here.
That number doesn't mean anything anymore.
No? Well, I got 10 on one side over here. What do we got at the places?
We got 8 in Rumble, so we got 18 watching at least.
18.
I don't know what we're at.
Look
on
at
the
that, guys.
Fam itself.
18. That's amazing. And we're 3 hours and 13 minutes into this topic, and it's a tough topic. It's a tough one, but it's education. We're educating people, giving people a little bit of knowledge. There's a lot of people that don't even come across anybody with special needs. Totally depends. There's parts of the country, there's people that go to school their whole life and never even seen it. They're and for lack of a better term, living under a rock in a way, you know. So that's where these topics are coming from, and that's what we want to keep having is serious topics that are going to keep educating people, keep informing people, giving people a little bit of knowledge, and letting us all see the true plan is other people's experiences, people in the boxes. What is going on in people's lives here in the boxes? How do they feel about it?
I knew nothing about special needs until I had my son. Like, knew nothing. You know, I knew they existed.
People like to think that the increase of autism, like they think there's this increase. I think personally the increase of population means, and also the increase of medical advancements have allowed us to have more special needs, more different types of kids survive and have a life that couldn't before. We've talked about that with medical enhancements, and it's like there's so many kids now that 50 years ago probably wouldn't. So we talked about lobotomies they used to get.
25 years ago, dude.
Years ago, they would have been in the deaf and dumb institutions.
Yeah, right. 25 years ago.
The second they were diagnosed with autism, people would have shipped them away.
Man,
I look at my child and I go,
tough,
what?
Though, man. We don't have any mental institutions anymore. At least in Illinois, they shut down almost every. I think statewide they shut them all down. Is that right?
Because they were inhumane.
Yeah, I know. I agree. But then what do? They just released them all out in them, meaning they literally have patients that didn't have family or anybody.
Where once again we're failing.
The street. Yeah. And it's like, well, where else? I don't know. I mean, it's so hard because if you have an actual institution, then the fear is they can toss you away for saying something funny one day, and boom, you're in a straitjacket. That's the fear. Like all of a sudden you're getting an ink pen lobotomy because you said something goofy one day. So that's the scary part. And then the other scary part is no institution, and then you just throw them in jail, or you put somebody in some sort of a bad situation where they're
California, it's a 5150 hold for 24 hours. That's how they do it here in California. You get a 5150 if you're mentally whatever. They'll look at you for 24 hours.
72.
Well, you can do 72 at the police with the police's help.
Yeah.
Or they can do 94 with court order.
Guys, this has been a really awesome episode, and I just gotta say that maybe just maybe I have been too vocal about my annoyance with all the red tape and the hoops on the foos book. So maybe it is my fault, but if you could do us a favor, share it out. Just share it. Don't share it to groups. I feel like that actually is what causes, like, if you guys notice, you get bans on group activities sometimes from doing a lot of things. You get more bans from that than you do from just your own profile. But if you guys could do us a favor and just share it out to your profile, share it out on your page. But the groups themselves, like, it just seems to be more of a hindrance, and it hurts things. I know for tonight I shared to a few groups, and that's what booted me. But sharing to your news feed is much more reaches newer people, more people that we didn't see before. And this is a conversation to get pushed out there. I think it's a little bit more important. And we had an amazing conversation. We had Caden come on, which I thought was awesome, getting that firsthand experience.
Yeah.
But then in general, just having the conversation. We've been 3 hours deep, so I know it was a good one. What's that, Melanie?
We've actually I've talked to Caden about, he has a YouTube channel that nothing's on it, but he's had it for years. Might just start like him going live and being able to answer questions for people. I explained to him that he's in this rare situation where he has autism. However, he can articulate how he feels and what he sees and stuff like that, where, either we have the highest functioning where they don't experience some of the things that he experiences, or we have the non-verbal where they can't express.
My son is scripting, and he couldn't do that, so he can't do what Caden does. He wouldn't have that awareness.
The thing
self-awareness basically is what it is.
And the scripting, like what you were talking, Wayne was talking about. I think your brother just laughed, or one of the kids just laughing at his own joke. My son would be sitting in the car laughing his ass off, and I'm like, what's so funny? He's watching a show.
Yeah.
He literally will rewatch shows and then just be like, ah, like belly laugh. And I was like, what the? And he goes, oh, it was just, whatever
It makes
show.
me wonder why he can watch a show on the TV 100 times, but that's because he's not actually watching it.
Yes. Well, like you saying that, Waylon, makes you wonder is there's stages of it too, because like Caden, he is brilliant with certain things, amazing.
Graduated with the
but then on a certain, for lack of a better word, common sense.
Zero. There's no lie. I mean, that's
called our void when we deal with the children.
It's 3 years old. If even maybe 4 years old. But to certain aspects, it's like, dude, I'm 42. I turned 42 this month, and I've never looked at life that way. And I'm like, how the fuck? You just blew my fucking mind. Yeah. Or I'll mention something, and he'll come around the corner and say, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, thanks. I was going to have to spend 3 hours Googling that. And, but
telling you, man, science fiction,
lack of better terms, the common sense part is hard.
And until I had him, always thought common sense was common. It was my biggest pet peeve, was like people lack of common sense. I didn't understand it. And then I had my son, and I was like, what do you mean that you don't understand that circle goes in circle? You know what I mean? Like it was very odd.
We hope that our mom and dads taught us that the oven is hot. And we took for granted that airplanes fly in the sky because we were taught these by our mom and our dads. And, it's funny, my student, he won't tell you that the planes fly in the sky, but he'll tell you how it flies in the sky. And it's crazy because I'm like, I don't remember asking you that, Austin. And he's like, well, lift equals drag versus velocity time. And I'm like, dude, we're cool. Don't need to go there. Or he'll talk about a project with somebody. I made this tube. And I'm like, go, good, tell him, Austin. I made this tube and I made it and I added and I did this and I did that. And you're just like, and he's focused on how he made it, and he goes into the finite thing, where other people are like, oh, dude, really? But you could see certain people are like, wow, he really is into this. And then there's times where I'll be like, hey, got to stop on that. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, Wayne. I'm like, no, you're cool, dude. And his mom trips out because he tells his mom, Wayne's my barometer. And one night he lost his cool and he grabbed a sword, a real one, at his home, because I'm his sword teacher. He freaked out and he left the house. Well, they all called me, and I'm like, what are you calling me for? Next thing I know, he's sitting in my backyard. He came here because he knew he'd be safe. And I'm like, whoa, so, I love to be the dad, and a part of me loves it, but I wish his dad would have taught him that, not me.
Makes me think something though right now as the memory aspect, because we like the classic, the Rain Man. Jason says I'm too old, so but he is known for the memory aspect of quote the savant aspect of autism, but their memory, I think, is what is truly what sets them apart, because most of us have been told the equation for how you get lift. We've all been shown these things in school, like most of us have seen all sorts of formulas for different things in biology, whatnot. It's just that it just passes right through because we're looking at girls at that time, or we're looking at new dresses or something, or whatever, whatever it is. Through our learning process.
I knew you were
maybe we're trying the dresses on at that time. Who knows? But
it's a kill.
Either way, we're like, what drag times lift? What? I don't know.
Yeah.
Here we go. I remember. So in my freshman year of high school, I'm actually decent. I like math. I was decent at math, but at the time, I was just absorbing everything happening. Right, I knew all these new people because in my freshman year of high school, there are several middle schools that merge into that high school. So you're suddenly now all of your rivals from other schools in different sports are all in the same high school.
Yeah.
And so all this is going on. And so freshman year of high school, I do algebra 1-2. And the teacher, this little, real tiny little woman was like 5'3" or something. and she was really soft spoken, had glasses. I don't remember her name, but she'd be up at the chalkboard, just working away, right? And everyone in the class, there'd be a group of kids, and their desks are turned into a circle over here. There's kids over here tossing not wads of paper around the class. This kid over here singing at the top of his lungs. These people are over here talking about whatever, and like she didn't give a shit. She said, if they want to learn, they want to learn. She just kept going, which was the terrible attitude, because I got an F. And it wasn't because I was in anyone's group at that time, trust me. But what happened is I come back the next year to a different teacher, an old lady, battle axe, like just wasn't going to take a damn. No one's making a peep, and I get an A, right? And that's because for me, ADD, I'm like, I have all this going on. I needed that discipline, that focus, right?
Yeah.
So
Structure.
Right, and that structure, and then you might have that, you have that with a lot of kids, even no matter where they're at on the so-called spectrum.
Even kids who are not in the spectrum, I've noticed that structure is the key with kids that I work with. All little kids want structure, as funny as it sounds. They want those games. They want to play the games. They want to have the rule given to them. It's just really cool. And like you just said, I get the kids that are not paying attention and running off. And those are the ones who usually like, what do we do, Mr. Wayne? It's like, oh, all right. Where the other kids are like, I'll tell you because I listened. And you're right. I think that structure is a good thing. I'm the same way, by the way. I need to focus, or else it's like,
I don't remember why I told that story, though. I know I had a point. It has something to do with our conversation at the time, but we were, but hey.
Well, at the 3.5 hour mark, 3 hours and 26 minutes, I got one thing left on my notes. And we kind of touched on it, stages of the spectrum and how somebody can be very high functioning, somebody's low functioning, and all of that. And we've talked about Rain Man and several other eras of different movies and characters and everything. One of the most recent ones that still... it's outstanding to me, and I still can't put my finger on it, is Sheldon Cooper. Big Bang Theory. He's diagnosed as high-functioning autism.
That's Asperger's right there.
Watch the movie I Was Famous.
Think it's Asperger's. So you're saying a high-functioning Asperger's?
Asperger's is high-functioning. So
okay. So what they're saying, Google does say a form of autism is what they're saying that he has, is a form of high-functioning autism.
It's the same way that they have different forms of dementia. You have Lewy body, you have Gossett body, and then you have Alkin body, and you have alkaline. It's the same thing. So it's not the same thing, but it's how they have different levels of it. Where I believe, if I'm correct, Asperger's, that's a social cue issue. It's clearly like kids who they say shit that they're not thinking about. They have no filter, or they're unaware. I believe that's Asperger's.
Rain Man is a good example of, I think, Asperger's. I think he was super high functioning.
Very high functioning.
Yeah. Check out the movie.
He was also a savant. A savant is different.
Right.
He was definitely a savant.
He was a savant, but I'll tell you, for the first 8 years of my kid's life, when I talked about autism and no one knew what it was, and I would just say Rain Man.
Yeah.
Because that my son rocked. My son had undiagnosed Tourette's. He would do all those things. So for for the sake of not having to explain everything. And at the time, my son was 3 and able to read fully, but he couldn't speak, so we didn't know it. It was amazing. But that's all we had 20 years ago. That's all we had to be like, what's autism? Because a year before I got pregnant, a coworker came in just in fucking tears and disarray, just messed up. And she found out her 2.5-year-old, 3-year-old has autism. She's like, he'll never know happy. He'll never know sad. He'll never laugh. And it scared the shit out of me. That's the only time I had ever heard of autism. So then when my son had it, I was like, no, he's gonna laugh. He's gonna know
Oh, man.
sarcasm. He's gonna know these things. Like, I'm not
made
gonna give
Cage
a
crack up
diagnosis
the
and
other
go,
day,
oh,
man.
that's it.
They might know it,
You
but
never
they
know.
might know it, but they might not know it. That's what they're talking about.
They may not
It
be
is
able.
Man,
Well,
but
she was.
he knows when he's laughing his butt. Like when he laughs, man.
true.
The other day he came home from school and I pulled some pictures out of his backpack. There was a picture of Wario, which is his big thing right now. Wario, all day, every day, Wario. And I was like, I picked this up. I was like, who's this? Steve? And I fucking got him so good with that. He
And that's
started.
what
He
it is.
just
It's the
started
little
cracking
stuff.
up.
And that's what I've
It
always
was
done
good.
with it, is to keep him on his toes, to make sure he's paying attention to the words that I'm saying. You know what I mean?
So good.
And he'll come out, hi mom, I'm home. And I'm like, hey home, just to see if he's paying, and he's like, haha. Now I do it so often, he's like, ha, they walked away. It's like,
I catch him with a couple good ones though. He stops and he's like, what?
and that's gonna, you know what I mean? Because he doesn't
Yep.
get out, and honestly, since COVID in school, he doesn't get out and socialize, and there's really nowhere for him to go to socialize right now. He's not into anything.
Right.
Well, some of you guys know and some of you don't. I have recently moved in with Melanie. Yeah, it's so I've recently moved in with Melanie and Caden. We're at 6 weeks now.
Yeah.
And it's been I thought I knew. I thought not an issue. And it's not an issue.
What's
but it's
the
an
issue
eye-opening
though?
it's an
hair and the
eye-opening
drain, the
experience.
shower? No.
It is an eye-opening experience as moving in with Caden, moving
There's
in with
things Jason will come out and go, so this just happened. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, but and I go, that's a small
the behavior.
One of the things that totally shocked me was just an example. We were out in the garage smoking the other night. And we were sitting there and he comes out, says, I'm going to take a shower. All right. He goes, takes a shower, comes back, and we ask him how his shower was. He says, well, it was cold. Instantly, I'm like, oh my God, the fucking hot water heater broke. Something happened.
You just didn't turn the hot water on.
No.
Yeah.
When we first moved here 10 years ago, he went in there and I heard the most blood curdling scream. He only turned the hot water on and he was just standing there. That's what, when it comes to safety and common sense, he didn't know to move. He didn't know to move the shower, to move his body.
That part I
on his fucking face, you guys, steaming hot. And that's the stuff that I can't get across to the judge. You know what I mean? It's like, when I talk about safety concerns,
bobble,
things like that, it's like he will stand in boiling water because he didn't know to get out.
Makes me think of traffic. My son is not ever. I can't imagine a time when he will actually be like, let me look around before I about to cross the.
When I found out my son was sneaking out to go because he loves food.
Loves food is not the right word.
Right, you guys. There is it's an addiction.
That's his thing.
He lives for food.
Thing. I also think, look, even as a baby, he would scream in between spoonfuls. He could never get food fast enough. Anyway.
Do you think he'd be a chef? Anyway, sorry, that's a side thing.
No, writers and engineers, man. That's what he seems like to me. A writer and engineer.
A writer.
Yeah, he wants to work in advertising. But anyway, so I found out he was sneaking out late at night while I was door dashing. And late at night meaning 9, 10 at night. And the main road that I live on has an a freeway exit and a freeway on-ramp that people there's car accidents there every other day. No one's paying attention and he doesn't look up.
A very large homeless community.
Yes, very large. And he's walking over the overpass where there's a tent city. It scared the shit out of me, and because there's no stranger danger.
Listen, you guys will never do it. I would totally put you guys up in my house for as long as needed to get the hell out of California.
What's wrong with California?
Wait, Anthony went to
just the
Facebook
large
because of the
homeless
O1.
encampments are the main thing.
Dude, it's
Wayland,
all over
it's
the
too
world
cold
right
where
now,
you're
brother. It's everywhere right
It's
now.
a
We can't
huge,
say
there's
it's
a
just
huge, there's a
California.
huge
It's
difference.
Canada.
Huge
Fucking
difference.
everywhere's
What
got the problem.
Well, I just don't think
Have you left
California
your
is a good place
state?
in general. Illinois is very, very close.
Have you
close
ever
to that
left
kind of very-
Illinois?
Actually, New York might be
What are
right
we
up there too.
arguing about?
No,
I
I'm
just mean,
asking.
Wayland said he's going to give us free rent as long as it needs, just for us to move out of California. He said we can move in with him free of charge just to move out of California.
Yep.
I'm on my way, bro.
For how long? Wait. I need more information.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I need workers in this
He
house.
said as long as it takes. I'm pretty sure. Is there anybody here that heard that as long as it takes? I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Yeah.
I'm from Illinois, and I don't want to.
Illinois,
Well,
there's
listen,
no S.
but Wayne actually made me think of as you were
An S?
talking, like, well,
But you
Illinois is
can't
not
say
much
it.
better.
I
It's
get yelled at.
basically
I
as
didn't
we're
say
thinking,
that.
I'm like, wait, hold on, I'm in Illinois. What am I offering them? Not much. But I will
Barn.
say I think it might be a teeny bit better. The only thing bad about Illinois is Chicago, and that's what runs Illinois. Like it's like a giant tick on Illinois' back.
Fact.
That's what sucks.
Fucking Chicago, fucking Iraq. Fuck that.
Well, the thing here with the homeless in California, and that's what I was talking to Jason.
That's not the only thing, but
no, I mean that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
property taxes.
I did say that. But that's the taxes huge.
We do have the highest homeless population, and I was telling him it's because here, our surrounding states bust homeless here and drop them in Sacramento because it's the capital, and they're like, "We'll take care of you." So they literally bus homeless people in by the bus loads and just drop them, and then what?
Yeah, a lot of the like there's so many, like Illinois sells the governorship is like the thing ever we do, but in California there are a lot of people or a lot of policies that contradict what the people are trying to have happen. Like they'll put more money into like they keep putting money into the homeless problem, they'll call it, and then but like nothing it doesn't go anywhere. Like all your money, all your state money is going.
They're in the middle of trying to build a bunch of equated homing now for the homeless here. That's what they're working on right now. The problem is if you give a place for people to stay, they're going to stay. A lot of them, as we know, have some mental issues. There's got to be and someone's got to pay for that, right? Someone. And if it's not you and me paying it, where's that coming from? Personally, just like I just told you guys, I went out to Sacramento this weekend. I was in Jackson, California. It's like 30 minutes from you guys. And going out there, I see the mega rail that they're building. It's like 10,000 jobs up to this date. The other one's 90,000 jobs up to this date. I'm thinking, all right, that's something. Yeah, I see the fight over water right now. Okay, that's something. So I agree with you on some things for sure, dude. And then there's other things as a trusted Californian. I'm like, hell no, bro. I've been around the world and I love California. You know, and it's like, but I get you what you're saying that's why
I can't articulate. I'm 3.5 hours worth of, bong hits in, but I know there's some things there's some reasons that I wouldn't move there. Now, if you ask me if I was somewhere outside of Illinois, would I move to Illinois? Probably also no.
Right.
I wouldn't move here.
Here you go. Rate of autism in homeless population are 3,000 to 6,000% higher than the general population.
Where?
That's in general. In general, I typed in what is the percentage of autism people that are homeless? Rates of autism among the homeless population are 3,000 to 6,000% higher.
The skeptic in me wants to say that I think they're also starting to use autism as a dumping ground for any sort of question mark cases. Oh, it must be on the spectrum. Like now that we have that spectrum, it's so easy for them to just throw. That makes me curious as to how significantly tested they would say, like where's this number, like how would they get that, you know what I'm saying? That's a crazy. I want to know if they just put that under instead of calling someone mentally ill.
I got a question that is totally related.
Yeah.
So as an instructor who works with children who come to me at different levels of their facilitating, as an instructor, I do a certain method of teaching. And the way I teach is very simple. I don't hold hands. I never have, never will. And I have some parents that don't like it. I have other parents that love it. Okay, I have some parents that believe that Johnny needs special treatment because he's got autism. And I don't give it, because Johnny's there to play swords, not there for me to be an autistic teacher. They disagree with me, but other parents love it. Where's your take on that? What do you want your instructor to be? What do you want your teacher to be? What do you want your
hands on or hands off?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. Hands off. Yeah.
These days, well, for my son, it'd be impossible. My son, he's hands on with adults.
Okay.
He's not hands on, aggressive, or mean, but
Right.
he's always taken to adults as if they like strangers. Even it's not a great thing. Like, I have a wrist leash with him that we had
my
used at
son would
times.
have walked away too.
Yeah.
We actually lost him in about 8 seconds in a Best. It was I don't think it was a Best Buy, but something, one of the electronic stores with movies. He was 5, and I went there. They were holding a movie. It was around Christmas. I was literally at the checkout. They handed me the money. They handed him the movie and said, "Can you take this for Mom?" And handed me the money. And I turned around and he was fucking gone. There's 2 security guards at the front. They were like, "What are you talking about?" 45 minutes, they kept trying to give me this 7-year-old Mexican child. And I was like, okay, now I want to know where his fucking mom is. You know, like, but they shut down the whole parking lot. They shut down everything. My son at 5 years old had only had a trach out for maybe a year, had found his way to the back of this warehouse store, to the Disney section, to the Christmas section, to Winnie the Pooh, which was his favorite, and was sitting down reading the videos.
Wow.
An hour and a half we searched for that kid. It was it can happen just like that. Thank God he was in there. But anybody could have walked out. That Mexican mom could have had, that Mexican boy's mom could have taken my kid. I still don't know where his mom was.
Right. Wow.
I don't worry about that boy to this day. I'm like, how could they just give me a kid for 45 minutes that wasn't mine? But
my son ran away once too. It was at a Tanner's Orchard, an apple orchard. I went to the concessions, and his mom was watching him. He's up on this like wooden. I told this story once before, but up on this wooden pirate ship, and she didn't think anything of it. He goes down into the ship, and the ship had like an exit door that was out the back, and you couldn't see that. And it was she's up, thinks he's inside the ship, and then finally she's like, why isn't he coming back out, you know? And then she looks for him, and so by the time I come back with drinks, like everybody in the park is looking for my son. And at that time, we find another kid who's also looking for their parent at the same time.
What a mess.
And it's all, so that was before we got the wrist leash. But we'll come to find out, he had left the ship and he went to this hill. They had this big hill. The kids just kind of walked up on this hill. Anyway, it was it could have been worse than it was, but those are the reasons.
I saw my sweatshirt, but I like Texas too.
Yeah. Mostly when I talk about what state I would want to go to, it's because I would look at two things. There's a rating for what states are the freest, meaning like which would be like North Dakota and South Dakota. Like you can basically do almost anything you want there as far as the freedom goes. But that doesn't make it the most desired state, because the most desired states, like the lower the tax rates are usually where businesses want to go. And Texas has been going crazy lately, but that's almost like too many people are going there. It's like, man, it'd be so overloaded there with all the people moving there. But
it's big enough.
Off topic, but it is big. But then you can't even make basements, and it's so big. Like the places that you don't,
then you gotta live there.
The places that have no people are the places where all the tornadoes are hitting all the time. You don't want to go there anyway. But there's plenty of decent places.
Waylon, I just sent you something by. Pull that up when you get a second.
Virginia, man. That's where I would go. Virginia.
This puts us right back there.
Man, it's making me re-log in. Can you just give me a break, Facebook?
Well, I have to get going, everybody. I had a great time tonight. This was a great show.
Yeah, Steve-O, love you, brother.
Thanks, man.
Sorry
if we didn't give you enough room there. You seemed pretty content.
It was a great show. Everybody had a lot of good content. It was for me to absorb a lot of it tonight, and I really did. So I appreciate everybody's opinion. You know, I liked hearing from Elisa May a lot. You know, that was really good. And Wayne and his experiences. I mean, you know, listening to Caden this evening was a real treat. So, you know, it's really awesome that we have this family that we can do this with. So I felt safe to have an opinion and everything. It was cool.
See, that's what matters to me in any show or any group that I'm a part of, managing, whatever, co-hosting, is that people feel safe and not judged. You know what I mean? And that's a difficult thing on a show like this, because we are sometimes going to get touchy subjects, you know, and people, there's feelings. And Wayne learned last week, you know, like, people get feelings and overwhelmed, and it's okay to leave. It's okay to leave if it's not your show. You know what I mean? It's okay to disagree. It is absolutely okay. But
look, I'll leave too if I want.
But let's try not to get mad or hateful at other people for their opinions, unless they're hateful opinions. But you know what I mean? Like, everybody is entitled, and we do need to accept that part, I think.
And this is the exact reason I made the show, you guys, is to find those moments. It's not to find the stuff that we all agree on, but also not to find disagreements, but to find different perspectives, because that gives gives everybody a better outlook on almost any topic.
It's
I never
definitely
thought
not
about that
one-sided. No one's trying to teach or try to, you know, talk you into coming over to this side of thinking, coming over to this side. You know, you must believe this, and that's what I love about it. Is
it did happen once,
drink
though.
The Kool-Aid. Drink the Kool-Aid.
On the addictions episode.
Yes, it did.
Poor Jeremy.
That one got a little heated, and
we all started talking to one guy, Wayne, and we were all like, "Yeah,
it turned into an intervention.
Have you tried this though? But what if you tried this and stopped drinking? Well, what if you drink less this way?" We're like, "Oh, hold on, you gotta stop this."
Yeah, Jason and then we apologized. We were like, "Whoa!"
Right, it wasn't even that big of a deal. But Jason sent me this here.
Well, good night, everybody.
Good night,
Good night, Steve-O. Love you, brother.
Love your face.
Let me take this out.
Back at you.
Have a good night, man.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Sorry. Just that 460.
That's that big X right there.
Damn, look at that.
Let's see. So Sweden.
Something in the beef.
Something in the it's because they're homogenized. I bet they might be their family. Maybe there's less forking going on over there. Maybe. No, I'm just
look
kidding.
at them numbers up top there, Waylon.
I'm like, I don't eat meat, so
30 per 100K. I know. I was just looking at the list of who's got the highest.
Wow,
United Kingdom.
That's just depressing.
Okay, so the North America is number 4. Says population with
26 per 100,000. I feel like it would be higher than that right now. I don't know. Children,
man, it's something in the food, man. It's something. I'm telling you, something's going on.
I don't think we only have 40,000 children with autism globally.
Wayne, did you hear my my angle earlier talking about there is a theory that this is a sort of a step in our evolution? Maybe it's not a fully realized step yet, and maybe we're like, it's like a midway point or something, but there is something to be said about how when you say if you met a person with autism, then you've met a person with autism, like that whole saying. That is to be said, that they're so different. When you talk about any other disorder, they don't say that. yes,
Right.
you do have differences, obviously, amongst people, but
Sure.
but with autism, it is so different because even their idiosyncrasies that give them that diagnosis is vastly different. So it is
It's
something.
funny. It's funny though, because there are specific things that you can tell. You know what I mean? Like with my son, the people will walk me like, "Oh, I
Right,
work with autistic children." You know what I mean? It'll be like the way they say something, or
There
my
is.
student, my
you know,
student and your son, the only difference is my student has long hair. They talk the same. They got the same.
Yep. If you know, you know. That's how I
So
feel
maybe
it.
it's not that. Maybe the difference between autism and other disorders is that like you don't find another disorder that gives someone a, for lack of a better
Plus
term, superpower.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And not every time, not every person with autism, like we said before, is a savant or whatever. But to have that option or that percentage of outcome within that thing. I don't know if disorder is correct to say, but my point is, even to have a percentage of them to have that diagnosis, yeah, even a percentage of that diagnosis to have this sort of extraordinary ability, that doesn't happen with other things.
Right.
So for that to be possible, a possible evolution of humankind, I think makes some sense. So a lot of people keep trying to track down what was it? Is it microwaves? Is it, is it birth control? Is it, what is it? Is it marijuana?
You know, microwaves is like the only thing I stayed away from. I was like, no, I don't know why. I didn't even believe it. I was just like, no.
I think it has something to do with the growth hormones personally in food and all the preservatives. That I know it's cheesy. I don't know enough about it, but that to me seems we started changing our people when we started doing that to our food and we let corporations change our food. Sorry, off topic. I'm sorry.
No, I heard a theory that, well, it was 6 scientists. It wasn't like a big study, but it was 6 scientists that did this little thing. And I agree. They were talking about, we don't treat our bodies as well as we should, obviously. We come out there with hormones. How many of us did drugs, alcohol, haven't eaten correctly, whatever. And they said between that and the environment and what we take in our body and our age
makes sense.
And I and his father were older, and not older, but older than a lot of people having their children. So I can see that. I was a drug addict. He was a drug addict. We were both recovering, but we both fucked our bodies up pretty good. And I can see that. I can see that. Not that everybody that has autism has a parent that did drugs.
Right.
Environmental. We breathe in lead. We breathe in all these other toxins.
Well, you could say not just recreational drugs, but most of people have been doing. We've been being experimented on for how long? With just over-the-counter and prescription drugs from all angles.
Yeah, the unhealthy foods, stuff like that, and so I lean more towards that because to me it's
believable. They just said Advil, or was it Advil or Tylenol? I can't remember which one, but acetaminophen or something. I don't know.
Tylenol,
Tylenol, which is funny because Tylenol is the only medication they recommend when you're pregnant. So everyone that's pregnant that had a headache or needed something has taken it. But
that's also a large increase in recently in the autism.
But it's always only Tylenol. So I disagree with that one, but.
Well, but what'd you say though? And maybe we could look at the timing here. But
on Disney,
there was a point in our history here in the last, I don't know how many years, maybe 20, 30 years, that autism has spiked.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I don't know if it's currently still on the uptick.
I think the diagnoses have spiked for sure.
Exactly right there. I say the diagnosis have spiked
more
because we don't know what it was.
We know that are 30 and 40. Look at us. We just said how many of us have been tested? How many people do we know 30, 40, 50, 60 years old where we go, you seem like, you know what I mean? But maybe they were just.
And how many of us treated it in different ways when we were younger?
Yeah, there you go, Bo.
We treated it in different ways when we were younger. So it was a different time. It was a different time.
for sure.
But I also already said
educating, keep educating. You know, once it gets back to that.
I also said though before this that it has been known to be I call it a dumping grounds, but like a catch-all for them to. Excuse me, sorry.
Well, that's cool.
Only using one computer gives a second of cascading. Anyway, let's see. Advances in diagnostics capabilities and greater understanding. So this is why we were saying more people being diagnosed. And awareness of autism spectrum disorder seem to be largely driving the increase. The Rutgers researchers said, but there's probably more to the story. Genetic factors and perhaps some environmental ones too. See, this is like so big. They contributed.
Do we got a year
trend?
What
This
year
is January 25, 2023.
Okay. Hey.
So,
man, I'm gonna have a great talk because I'm going on this trip with my student tomorrow. So I'm gonna have such a great talk with him tomorrow, guys. Thank you.
You're going to Sacramento soon?
Yeah, we're going back up for a war. He's coming with me. We're going. If you guys get a chance to see a movie called I Once Was Famous on Netflix, check it out. It's about an artist who meets a savant autistic child and they make music together. It's amazing. Amazing.
Wayne, you should message me and let me know when you're coming to Sacramento.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've heard
love that lunch with you or something.
Are you guys going to be doing Vegas? I heard a rumor. Is this true?
Not anytime soon, no.
Okay.
Okay, I saw it. I used to be famous. Yeah.
Good movie. Check it out. You'll totally get a tearjerker, and you'll have 100.
Here it is.
The description is exactly what you said. In this feel-good drama, a former pop star befriends a young autistic drummer. That's it.
Yeah.
So,
So it says here, we know for sure for so many years now the vaccines don't cause autism, said Santosh Girijan.
Yep.
Don't mean they do not take these shots.
I'm not doing that one. An associate professor at
State University who studies in the genetics underpinnings of neurodevelopment disorders and wasn't involved in the new study.
So when they say they know that the vaccines don't, are they giving us a number and how many people they've studied on here?
Okay, it says, on the other hand, what we really don't know is what are the real clear environmental factors that you should be avoiding?
You sounded like my doctor right there, dude.
You did good.
Thank you.
That's why I didn't want to do it. I'm too good at it. I don't want to do it. The Rutgers study found that in New York, the New Jersey, and or the share of 8-year-olds diagnosed with autism who don't have intellectual disabilities rose more sharply. See, okay, that's the thing. Is that a lot of times autism comes along with another intellectual disability.
Yep.
And that's what we would see a lot more often as kids. But now you're seeing much more of these cases where it's just strictly an autism spectrum. So it's a rose more sharply
than to the vaccines. I feel, it's my opinion, I feel that they've changed it because when everybody started saying it was the vaccines, that's when they had the MMR. They had like the 3 or 4 vaccines all in one, and they were saying it was too much for the body and blah blah blah. But they had years ago separated all of them, so that kind of debunked their excuses on why.
I'm still waiting for my mutation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to push a little bit.
Look
right
at
there. I am by all means not an anti-vaxxer at all. You know, you do what's best for you and yours.
We found one, everyone. Get him.
Do what's best for you and yours.
Thank you.
100%.
Yep.
But my question is, they say that vaccines do not cause this, do not cause that, do not cause this. What about the new ones that have just been developed? What about ones that we haven't tested that all of a sudden we don't have the research that we've been doing? The polio vaccine tested for how long? We know the side effects.
We now know
for this
that a ton of that stuff was
vaccine
experimented
tested
on
for this long.
Yeah.
I feel like we're
This
taking
one's
that to
tested for
different
this long.
vaccines, though.
But aren't we macro like testing those?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not anti-vaccine. If I
I don't know
get
either.
one, I would get it.
That's why, that's why they changed
my thing is, how can they say that it doesn't cause this, or this when they don't know, because it's only been out for
right.
X amount of days.
My thing is, you got to have a lot of trust to expect them to have never done anything nefarious.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's my point. It's like, you can't like, you don't even have to go down the rabbit hole of like all these conspiracies. You can just go ahead and assume that maybe at some point along your life you've been given something that was maybe not tested on enough.
I don't want people to think, oh, they're smashing COVID or talking about COVID or this and that. That's not what it's about. We're talking about, this is a life experience. There's been vaccines for a long, long time.
A lot of recalls, a lot of things that were found later to be like,
right.
Well, yeah,
so
my child, when they came out with the vaccine, we were driving around, and as much as he wanted to get back to school and back to walking the dog for the elderly and lady and everything else, we saw a billboard about it, and he goes, well, I'd rather be, what do you say? He said, I'd rather be like basically a spectator than a guinea pig. Like, I'd rather just wait and see than be the first one to get it. And I was like,
most people,
I was impressed, whether that's right or wrong. I was impressed that he had an opinion on it and that he realized that this is too new. You know what I mean? Right. And I didn't realize that he had that kind of thinking, or that, you know what I mean, the ability to think that way. So it impressed me.
Well, and that's what happened for a lot of people. We had extra time on our hands, and we were wanting to pay attention to these things anyway. So a lot of us caught the inconsistencies with the information, and so that led to people questioning things throughout our entire past.
Yeah.
So then that made it easy for people to just assume it was all a lie, which, I mean, I think the truth is usually somewhere between what you think and what you know.
I mean, there's like 3 stories, right? There's
or no, I might have said that wrong, but yeah.
I think a big part of it is that, we don't know, or else we'd all be PhDs and we'd all be having thesis papers and people would talk about us. We're all questioning. We're questioning because it's what we do as humans, and as humans, we want to think like the next big thing. I think thinking is great as long as even speculatory thinking is good. As soon as you get into that conspiracy shit, that's where it gets dangerous, I think. And I think that's where a lot of people, like, a lot of that stuff came from, where I would hear people just spouting shit. You're like, I didn't hear that. I don't know where you heard that from. Right. You might have heard that at work. Your aunt might have told you that.
Everybody talking probabilities.
And it's like, did you read it all? No, but I watched this TikTok that did. Oh,
right.
Right.
God.
And it's like, I still use fluoride in my toothpaste, so it's like, I'm not sure, where we stand with this. And I know that when I drink things that are red, I feel pretty weird, man. Red dye number, whatever, 77 drives me fucking bonkers. So I don't drink it. I don't use it. But the thing is, I think a lot of us are getting into this problem, especially with vaccinations, man. It is a choice, right? And when we think about it, again, I'm not an anti or a pro. You do what you want. Do whatever's going to keep other people safe would be cool. I just know that I hope that we all use our brains, man, and keep using your brains for what it's for, guys. And I think you guys are fucking 3 really good minds at this, because I can tell. And thank you for being here tonight, because I want to say that, because I am going to be leaving. But, Waylon, thanks for having me in.
Sure.
Mad respect.
One second, it's gonna cascade.
Always a welcome guest. You always have good input. And
we always appreciate you, brother. Definitely.
I want to just finish up by saying, when we say thank you is a powerful word. Thank you comes from gratitude. Thank you comes from this powerful source in our heart. It's probably your right ventricle, the one that's pumping the most blood. And as we start thinking, power happens. We can draw a picture in our head. We can put a board up on the wall. We can put a memory board up, a picture board. When we say thank you, we've already done all that. So when I say thank you to you guys, I've already started the picture board onto the next move. And when I say that, I hope you can do the same to others. Give them the picture board. Give them this thing to shoot from. Because every day, like lately, not going to go. I'll go into short detail. I had such an amazing mushroom trip on Saturday that it opened my mind in a whole different way today. Sorry, different topic, but whatever. And I just want to say thank you. THANKU. Thank you, guys.
What do you think about mushrooms for special needs as a therapy?
And you guys, it's such an easy
Damn it,
thing.
you dragged me back. Real quick, I was trying to talk to my student about that. And my student was like, no, that's bad, Wayne. And I'm like, whoa, okay. Because I was like, have you thought about microdosing?
Taught drugs bad. And it's a black and white. And a lot of our people, and we're talking about special needs, they don't see gray. It's black or it's yes or no. There's no, when you say to a teenage autistic girl, you know, other girls go, hey, want to go to the mall and hang out? And she's like, I don't have money. I can't go. It doesn't make sense. Why would you go to a store without money to buy something? You know what I mean? There's no purpose. So it's, that's exactly why I didn't talk about cannabis. And I smoked in my garage and he smelled it, I'm sure, but I didn't like, you know, stuff like that. Now I'm like, I smoke in my house, and obviously he, you know, ate my chocolate. He knows all about it, you know, but I waited till he was out of school for that reason, because I didn't know if he would understand the gray
Right.
and take it back to school. And then all of a sudden I'm a drug addict, and you know what I mean?
Ways around that. You just call it, you just say, I'm taking my medicine.
That's what I call it.
I'm taking a break. I've always said when I go outside, I'm taking a break, because when he's needed one, even from little time, that's what we teach our kids: take a break. Take, you know. So for me, it was like, mommy needs a break, you know.
I got a funny one real quick before I leave. My student does this cowboy thing with us. We have a bar that's a part of our show. It's called the Rusty Armadillo. So we have a bar. Everyone's drinking. He's like, I don't drink, Wayne. I'm like, I know. It's okay. I don't like to drink. I don't like the taste, Wayne. I get it, dude. It's cool. You don't have to. You do what you want to do. One day he tells me, I only want to do the top shelf. Grandpa said something to him.
Oh.
So I'm like, top shelf? I will only do it if it's a top shelf. My friend's all, dude, I got some 35-year-old scotch right here. Let's show him what the top shelf is. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. And he's like, I want to try it, Wayne. And I'm like, I stepped back. I'm like, bro, you are in charge. You're a man. I am not your daddy. I'll hold your hair back when you're puking in the lawn. Go for it. He took a shot and he's like, that tastes like radiator fluid. And I'm like, it's good. And he's like, that's good. And I'm like, that's good. Moral of the story is, about an hour later, he came back to me going, Wayne. I go, yeah, what's up, buddy? He's like, I got this cool, warm feeling throughout my body, and I feel very relaxed. Is this okay? I said, yeah, that's okay. I'm like, that's okay. So the thing is, I think it's how we react and how we're taught to react, right? And, you know, like you said, they're like, no. When he said that to me, it's like, it's your choice, man. Again, I think it's about choice. Life is about choice. I'm going to keep saying that no matter how young or old I get. Life is about choice, guys. Remember, peace, pot, and microdot. Be good to yourself and be good humans.
See you, Wayne. Have a good one.
See you next week. Yeah, I think that's awesome. Anthony said mushrooms helped get rid of his bipolar disorder and helped his PTSD. It opened his mind. I even got "Open Your Mind" tattooed on his head. Like I said, I do wish I could do the mushrooms. I just, with my tummy issues, I can't. It could and most likely would put me in the hospital. So, I've looked into, like, what if I do distillate? What if you know what I mean? What if it's not the actual mushroom? And everything I can find, like I've looked on Reddit, I've looked at like everybody's stories, and there's more than a few people that said they got pancreatitis right afterwards, or you know, like when they took them, and
like hospitalized. Yeah, I
already have issues. So to me, I already know, like, if they didn't have issues and got it, I'm gonna.
Can you explain this to me for a second here? What is, like, so you have a severe case, but what is pancreatitis?
So
that's a temporary, that's the thing that comes and goes.
Yes.
Piece of it?
Yes, pancreatitis is when your pancreas is inflamed and producing too many enzymes. So what happens is the enzymes turn around and start attacking itself. So for me, I have what they call a pseudocyst, which to me made no sense because if you break it down, that means a fake cyst.
It's a real
How do
one
you have a
or
fake cyst?
not? Like, what?
I'm like, so it's basically just it's a cyst without the sap part. So
Right,
it's all
not a
those
full,
enzymes that
right.
just collect. So I have it chronically, like you said, worst case. But and a lot of people don't know what the pancreas even does. Your pancreas is like a transmission in your car. All the fluids, which means all your food goes through it, and that's what makes your enzymes and your insulin and breaks down all the stuff and sends it where it needs to go. So if it doesn't do that, then yeah. So and that's why I can't do a lot of fat and stuff like that. So that's it.
I see. So I kept thinking that I knew
Yeah,
two different things.
So so he says he has GI disorders as well and acute pancreatitis from alcohol use. He didn't have issues with mushrooms. So my pancreatitis is, I'm a 1%er. Mine is idiopathic. I hate that word. So it's genetic.
Idiot what?
Idiot. I know, I'm like, idiot, huh? I'm a what? But mother had it, sister had it. They both had it with pregnancies, so we thought that's what it was, and then I just got it later in life, and then got the cyst, and I have it ongoing. So like, it's been 10 years that I have it. I don't know. The longest I haven't had an attack was 2 years, and that was after they did a surgery, and then
something that had temporarily worked out. I'm telling you, look into stem cells, man.
They do at UCSF where I go. They do talk about some of those things. I don't know if I'm eligible for my issues or whatever, but
we
when
have a research facility here in Peoria. Go ahead, sorry.
I would love to talk to them about it, especially at UCSF, because they are very progressive when it comes to stuff like that. And they have a pancreatic center. They have a I almost said donation. No, when you have to get a new organ.
Oh,
they're a transplant center.
Transplant center.
Yeah, they're so they're very knowledgeable on this stuff. So when I go back, because I had surgery in January and I do have to go back for another surgery, I do want to talk to him about that and see how that works.
And I'm interested too. I want to know because in the facility I have nearby, I haven't checked it out, but what I've heard is you can get stem cells and for different things like pain in the knee and whatnot. And there's a lot of new things that they're trying it on, but sometimes it doesn't take. Yeah. And I'm interested because it there's so many things that you're not being talked to. It's not being talked about in your doctor's office because there's no incentive. They don't have time for it. Yeah.
And you see how bad
totally
mine
off
is.
topic,
Not everybody here is obviously knows, but people that watch my lives know that this has been an ongoing thing, and I've been trying to get surgery, and it's a major surgery that I need before it turns around and I end up needing a transplant. But insurance they just want to give you the pain medicine, get you back to it. For me, they got me back to like clear liquids and sent me home. That's why I went back, and I was in for 2 months, because every time they sent me home, it didn't even last 24 hours, because they never got me back. And no, Anthony, it is no fun. I will compare it to giving birth. If a man ever wants to know what it's like to go into labor, pancreatitis, you have the pain and the cramps up and the spasms up front and in your back. But I'll tell you, I'd rather have a baby. I'd rather go through that than pancreatitis again. And
here's what I know:
comes back
stem cells have been able to bypass surgery for multiple things. The torn ACL, instead of them having to cut it or stretch or whatever, instead of having to cut it and then having to like stretch it and then reattach it surgically, they don't have to do that with stem cells. Knee surgery, They literally have gotten to the point where they don't have to do knee surgery by using stem cells now. A lot of people still do those surgeries because they're not. No one's there to tell you, hey, check this out. But and also, I'm sure there are times when it doesn't take. But here's another thing that I saw, which was incredible, like this crazy, which was just an anecdotal story where the guy had gotten his lungs got stem cells for asthma, severe asthma, and they told him, they said, if this takes, it might only go for like 6 months, this and that, it might come back, or it'll come back, and then you have to take another shot. Well, it never came back. And this was this was a guest on Rogan. I mean, he had no reason to lie. The guy wasn't a doctor. It was an anecdotal story, but the guy, his asthma and allergies and stuff never came back. Like, could you imagine
I'm about to go in for my second spine surgery in 14 months. I would love if they could do some shit like that.
Anything to get to not have invasive surgery that cuts away at us at for any reason, I think would just be the way to go. But guess what? Then you don't have, there's all sorts of people down the line that aren't getting paid at that point. So that's a problem. I mean, man,
I've heard that passing a kidney stone is like the delivery process of having a baby. What is EPD?
I don't know, but it sounds like a personal problem. I don't know who said that. Oh, Anthony. I have EPD. Let me see. Move my mouse. From pancreatitis. Oh, I let me think here. Let me decide what I think it sounds like. Epidemiology? No, that's not. That's not something you can. But EPD. I mean, I was almost. Let's see.
Okay, so it's excuse me, exocrine pancreatic dysfunction is the general name of the malabsorption process result. So do you take Creon, Anthony? I would assume you do. You should. Of the malabsorption process resulting from inadequate production, release, decreased activation, and or insufficient of enzymes required for digestion. So that's the medication that I was talking about earlier that I said I need that because it's made from pig pancreas, but I call it a pancreas in a bottle. It functions as your pancreas, and I'm supposed to take it to eat, and my insurance stopped covering it 2 months ago, so now they want $1,000 a month.
What is it that is it insulin that your pancreas is? No, that's
So it's your pancreas creates insulin, enzymes.
So what the stem cells would do then is they do this. They can take it right out of your butt, Melanie. They just take stem cells from your skin, and then they reprogram those. They take this from anywhere, any fat cells. Then they can reprogram the stem cells to do whatever they want. Like they used to be like about like the babies, and that was big whole this controversy. They don't even have. They found out that that's not even as good as taking adult like dead skin cells and and reprogramming those stem cells into whatever it is specifically that the body needs. And it's been like I think, oh man, I should write that down. That should be a whole topic. Stem cells, just because I really want to get that out there, you guys.
You are a fan of that. That would be a good one. So just to have a proper definition of what the pancreas does, because we should spread proper information. What does the pancreas do? The pancreas produces digestive juices and insulin, as well as other hormones to do with digestion. The part which produces the digestive juices is called the exocrine pancreas. The part of which produces hormones, including insulin, is called the endocrine pancreas. So there you go. So Creon is basically enzymes, and that's why, like, if I eat a high fat meal, I could go straight to the hospital. You take organic digestive enzymes, really?
Organic probiotics. That's good.
So probiotics hasn't worked and isn't enough for me. But
have you done prebiotics?
No, prebiotics. I didn't even know that was a thing. Anthony, can you
Let me
send
look
me
it up real
possibly
quick.
like what you take? Because I've looked up. Okay, so this is why it's the stupidest reason. I don't eat cow or pig. And once I found out that Creon was made from pig pancreas because it's the closest to the human and it's the only medication out there that is an enzyme, I was disgusted and I didn't want to take it anymore. And I looked and looked and looked and I couldn't find anything that was like supplements or any mix of supplements that would be the same. So right, Charlene, that's what I was saying. I don't know that my insurance would cover that. It would be cheaper than the surgery that they one day want to do and the next day don't want to do. So I don't know.
So the top Google search anyway says probiotics are foods or supplements that contain live microorganisms intended to maintain or improve the good bacteria, normal microflora in the body. Prebiotics are foods, typically high fiber foods, that act as food for human microflora.
So okay, the first one would be like yogurt, stuff like that. I get that. What's
so if you eat the yogurts and you eat the probiotics, but the probiotics don't have much to live on very long, then they're going to pass through your system. And what's going to happen is you'd have to eat more and more prebiotics every time you're eating foods that don't. If you happen to be eating foods that are not prebiotic, which this says typically high fiber, but there are ways to have there are diets that have low fiber involved. So it's all on you guys. Don't I'm not
so what?
Click on that
one. Click on that one. Is it better? No, the next one. Oh. Where it says, "Is it better to take one or the other?"
Prebiotics are also generally more robust than probiotic supplements. Many probiotics die off when they come in contact with stomach acid or heat. Prebiotics feed the good bacteria already living in your gut without getting destroyed during digestion. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I think it would be good to start with a prebiotic. Now, I want to know what are some good prebiotic foods. Does that mean anything with fiber, or let's see, what should not?
Anthony, I suck at friending people. I'm not even gonna lie. I'll send you a message if that's okay. You can ask about anybody watching. It's
19. Okay, these are 19. We're way off topic, and we'll get going here in a minute, guys. I don't want to.
We did get off topic, but
we could go to the after show for this one.
Yeah, we could, but
actually, well, we are not that far off topic.
No, but Anthony is in there helping. Like we don't want to go to the after show because then he'll disappear.
True. Well, Anthony is actually on Rumble. Anthony's on Rumble. But but no, actually, this is not that off topic because they have been talking about probiotics and therefore prebiotics for autism specifically, and it has been shown very, very positive increases in, or I guess decreases in, I don't know if symptoms, but outbursts and much better mood enhancement. Actually, I would be let me I don't want to misspeak here, but they're talking about almost all autism symptoms in general. If you work with, let's see, probiotics.
I need to grab a water. I'll be right
with
back.
Autism study research study. Children with autism have been reported to have lower levels of bifidobacteria, and higher levels of lactobacteria. Oh, I see. Let me find a reputable thing to click on here. A recent study found that probiotics could improve the brain activity of preschoolers with ASD. I want to wait till Melanie comes back because we should have talked about this way long time ago if we were talking
She
about
can
autism.
hear. She's right here in the kitchen.
Okay. Which one? Let's see. Autism Parenting Magazine, Probiotics for Autism. 2 of the most recommended probiotic strains for autism and IBS are Lactobacillus and Rotary, and Bifidobacterium.
I've never heard this before. It's interesting.
These can be useful tools in addition to. Here, let me check this article out. Seems like a good one.
See, and that's another thing is there's not many doctors here that
they're not going to talk to you about this.
They don't. For when it comes to now that he's of age, there's not a lot of doctors that, like, his doctor doesn't give a shit about the autism and everything else that goes with it. You know, it's just like he treats him like a typical 20-year-old, and he has different issues, you know. So
so this part here is what is talking about the research. It says autism researchers believe there is a strong link between the functioning of the brain and the gut. They claim that several types of diets and probiotics can help treat children with autism. With the very large number of foods and recommended diets out there, how can you determine what works best for all family members with autism?
And what do they mean by treats it? You know,
that's what I mean, like lessens the symptoms. Okay, here it says, in this article, we discuss various theories as well as the effectiveness of diets and probiotics, the so-called friendly bacteria, in helping ease the symptoms of autism. Let's look at the relation between probiotics and autism. So that would probably be like some of the things that we would give them medication for, like outbursts or violence. Did you know autism spectrum disorder can be detected in babies, infants, and toddlers? Yet many children on the spectrum do not receive a diagnosis until the ages of 2 or 3. Yeah, because they won't allow it. This article overviews the main symptoms and characteristics of autism in babies and toddlers and in effect. Okay, what? Okay, yeah. So these are the symptoms.
Well, go back to the last one. I feel like you clicked on that, but was there more that?
Oh yeah, I'm going to go back. Here we go.
Yeah, underneath there where it said
in the article.
Let's look at there.
What are probiotics? Probiotics are live microorganisms. We already read that. Autism, probiotics, and digestive health. Researchers consider an unhealthy gut as a causative factor of autism spectrum disorder.
Can you also send that to me?
Sure. This one's from Autism Parenting Magazine. I'll get the link for you up here.
Thank you.
And again, I don't know this outlet particularly, but I have been hearing about this for a while. That this is something and it makes sense for a lot of us. I mean, if we eat, if we're eating a bunch of stuff with bad bacteria, then we don't think that, well, we're sort of out of the loop, where our energy levels are all out of whack. For all we're eating is sugar and junk food or whatever. I'm not saying that's what kids eat, but my son loves vegetables, but he might be canceling some of that out by eating some of the other stuff. Who knows?
I mean, when he was little, he wouldn't eat. He went through spurts where he would only eat noodles, and then he would only eat anything that he could dip.
Right.
So no matter what he had, it had to have dip. It didn't matter if it was just a tiny bit of ketchup. It had to have some kind of dip. And it was the only way he was going to eat. It's not like I was like, oh, if you don't eat your spinach, you don't get to eat. No, is the only way he would eat, so.
Right, yeah.
They say there is a brain stem that goes to the stomach. So
where was
I had a doctor who has since passed, but he told me about, I can't find it. It was on YouTube. It's called Guts, the Second Brain. And it really is like, I have enough GI issues to tell you that it is very true. It is your second brain. It controls more of our body and of our thinking than we ever thought. It's insane.
So it says that that a lot of kids are shown to be have like IBS, or it says a study of children with autism spectrum or autism. I should just say ASD showed an elevated number of pathogenic bacteria called Clostridia.
That is an
Clostridia.
issue that we have dealt with.
GI problems. Yeah. Okay.
Major.
And I know probiotics and prebiotics help those things. Let's see, to a separate study, 2017 at Ohio State University, Wexner Medical Center, Nisanger Center showed children with ASD have a low amount of healthy species of bacteria, called fecal bacterium. Fecal?
Shit.
That's right.
That's poopy.
Prosnitzi.
This is fun.
Which is associated with a healthy digestive system. It's so funny because the big words make it harder to read some of the small words even.
Right? Yeah, because then you question yourself. You're like, is that? Yeah.
Whoa, like the tahi. Wait, that's not right.
Oh, you mean the? Oh.
Yeah. To achieve a healthy digestive tract, the thousands of strains of bacteria are. Oh, I was laughing too much. Strains of beneficial bacteria should live in balance with the bad bacteria. Okay. Diet may alleviate this problem. Research has shown that probiotic microbes have positive effects on the digestive and gastrointestinal health of both adults and children. Now, this is the thing, though. Probiotics and prebiotics, they come in like gummies. They come in things that aren't just that maybe are easier to swallow, perhaps.
The probiotics didn't do anything for, like, he has issues that we're not going to talk about on live, but didn't do anything. So now that I read about these prebiotics, I mean, he was on probiotics for a good 6 months. It didn't help at all. Not at all. And they were so expensive. So I will look into prebiotics because that's interesting.
Well, I had a list of prebiotics. So like chicory root. I'm not going to read about each one of these, but dandelion greens. I'm actually thinking about picking dandelions and trying them. Jerusalem artichoke. I don't know about that, but it sounds good. Garlic. Everybody likes garlic, right? We can be eating some more garlic these days. Onions. Okay, I need to be eating more onions. Leeks.
Hey, we're not vampires.
Leeks. Asparagus is good. Butter that shit. Oh man, you put that on the grill. You wrap that in some aluminum foil, a whole bunch of asparagus, with some butter and some seasoning. And oh man, I gotta start eating more asparagus for sure.
Okay, so asparagus with garlic.
Bananas. Okay.
Banana for breakfast.
I eat bananas. Barley. I mean, it's grain, I guess.
Dandelion flowers. So, can you tell us what you do? Do you just mash them up and eat them, or do you put them in like a smoothie, or what do you do, Anthony?
Oats. Number 10 is oats. Apples. I didn't know that. Konjac root, of course. I mean, I knew that one, but
also known as elephant yam.
What is elephant yam? Okay.
Or vegetable grown underground like a potato. Interesting.
Okay. It kind of reminds me of yucca root. Yucca.
Yeah, I feel like that's not here.
My neighbor has some. It's all good. Cocoa.
Yeah, hot cocoa. I get to have chocolate.
Cocoa powder created by crushing cocoa beans.
Oh, probably pure. Like not
pure cocoa, right? Like chocolate, unsweetened.
Yeah.
Burdock root. Isn't that from like willow? Flax seeds. I've seen that.
That's good. That's just a natural food that's good for your whole body.
Fiber and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Good night, Charlene. Love your face.
Good night, Charlene.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, we went pretty deep tonight.
Yeah.
When
4
it goes
hours and
3 hours,
34 minutes. About that time, man.
Well, I missed the first hour. I apologize, guys. I was.
Waylon, I do have to say your subliminal messaging worked. You did get a new local subscriber for, and I'm gonna cuss you out. Fucking $5 to send you a message. Fuck you.
what?
Fuck you. I'll subscribe for the $2. I'll give you the $2 a month. I just subscribed to that, so you got a new locals member for $2 a month. But I'm not giving you fucking $5 to send you a message.
I feel like
you don't need to.
Pictures from people.
Oh, that's what it said. It said $5 to send Waylon a message.
Private message, yes, but you can post on the community on the wall. Like
no, I was trying to send you a private message, motherfucker, but I ain't paying you $5 to send you a message.
I don't know if I knew that. I don't know if I knew that.
I'm still interested in how you eat the dandelion. I personally,
you did get a new subscriber.
I personally can't stand them in my yard, so I pluck them before, when the seeds.
I appreciate you, brother.
But yeah, what do you do with them? Do you just put them in a smoothie or something? I love seaweed. Dry seaweed's awesome.
All done. Let me close.
I was like, what's the bottom line? Where do I find that food?
Bottom line food is
stuff. Like, where the fuck did I just come from? I didn't know I was still on screen.
Hang on a second.
God damn.
I'm looking at. I don't even have us on the scrreen half the time because
I'm trying to
look at comments on Facebook.
Morning, like, hey, check for boogers.
I was sleeping over here. No, it was.
Yeah, I literally
it's actually really easy to sign up for locals. I was very, very surprised on how easy it was to sign up for all that.
How did you do the $2 monthly? Was it from coins or did you go to the website like I've been?
I put my card in there.
On the app?
Yeah, on the website.
Okay, on the website because the app doesn't let you do that.
So you have right on here, Waylon the Indoor Farmer, locals.com. I typed that into my web browser and it brought me right to everything.
Right. So
step by step.
If you download the app, it's free and it's a good way to use it now. But when you go to the app and you try to go to be a supporter, the only option you get is a block 6-month amount. And you have to buy it in coins in the app coins. So and what that does is that it charges you 20% rather than 10% when you go and you use the card. It's basically instead of but if you go to the website and you use your card, it's cheaper, just like buying stars on the website, sort of.
Yeah, I just went straight to the website and it was step by step.
There must be a bigger fee, a transfer fee for those apps or so. Oh, they're probably paying the app store for some of that cut. That's probably what that extra 10% cut.
What do I get for giving you $2 a month? What do I get?
What do you get?
I just gave you $2. What the fuck? Why did I subscribe to this? What did I just subscribe to? I mean, I see at the bottom here it says theindoorfarmer.locals.com. Please subscribe. So I typed that in and I subscribed. Why? Why?
Oh man, the list starts with this. The list starts with this. First of all, you get behind the scenes exclusive content from me. A little bit of a play-by-play update to things, little exclusive live streams on here and there throughout the month. Not only do you get that, but you get to pop in and hash and dash. Any shows I do giveaways, which like Waylon Wednesday, game night on Sundays, usually a lot of times on Tuesdays on review shows. I'll do giveaways. If there's any giveaway at all, you can hashtag and you can leave. And you win no matter whatever. I mean, if
you get to be a Waylon supporter for $2.
And you're supporting me, which is that's the last thing on my list is that you get to help me build. And actually, you guys, I just spent $200 on 10 microgreen trays, the inserts, and the domes for 10 of them. I already have lights for this, so this is boom. I'm going straight into commercial with it because I can get racks later, but this table behind me here is a perfect spot to lay out a whole bunch of microgreen trays and just get going. I'm going to go to like farmers markets, and then I've created a new niche that I'm going to work with. I go to these events, right? A lot of times they're music events, cannabis events. I'm going to a small business event this weekend, and I'm going to start setting up booths for myself to do a live stream from, get some of the people that are at the event, some of the big wigs, some of the cool people, some of the local celebrities, get them to pop on and say hi, which is fun. And I was going to do that anyway. But now I'm going to have Maccabee's Live Market, little bowls of microgreens sitting there, and people are going to be able to just have little snacks, walk around with a little, because microgreens are tasty. You have them you have them nice and cleaned off, and you have them still growing actually in trays, and I'll trim them off for people, and it'll be fun. Give them a little snack to walk around.
All right.
For free, probably,
So I'm not wasting my $2. Awesome.
Oh yeah, I forgot what I was talking about. There was more. So much more.
Oh my gosh.
Things, stuff. Now the pro gets you even more.
There's always more.
I do so many things, man. This guy, our friend Josh, one of the Joshes. Cheers. One of the Joshes, he joined, and then he won a dragon egg, and he just received it. He told me already he got it.
Nice.
So he got a dragon egg for $2. So I mean, if you
okay.
want, I could say, I should
maybe
say
I'll be lucky this week on game night.
I'll say up to and including dragon egg size prizes is what you win.
Yep.
That's
I'll
do the whole thing in one little sentence.
Maybe on this week's game night I'll win. Who knows?
I should have just stopped with me. You get me. Excess.
Access to them. I won some dabs last night, right? Or 5?
I think you won 7 grams of dabs last night.
From Brooklyn Boys.
Yep.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
On a hashtag, yeah. Brooklyn
Boys. Hashtag giveaway. Maddie G's live.
Because they gave Danny Man came through, and they're not. We're all on the same page on that, so not doing that one. But it was very nice for him to offer. I appreciate it for sure. But I thought maybe that's what you were talking about. I was like, do you have a different name? Was that you with like another account? No, but I've already talked to that. I actually gave away some money though. That was what I did for trying to push locals. But typically, Jason, every time I do have a giveaway of some kind, I'll say, dude, like for the U-Bung and for the Grill Fan box, if the winner was a locals member, I was also going to throw in $10 too, and things like that. I throw that in on top of things, or like Ash has been helping me promote something that we've pushed back a little bit just because he wants to give it a little more time, and he's been a busy guy, and he actually it was something that he kind of pushed to do. I threw it in at the last minute on some Friday night, and I was like, hey, if the winner is a locals member, I'll throw in $50, And he was like, oh, let's wait on that. Let's make it, let's push it for a little bit longer. And I'm like, okay, cool. I don't mind that. It's not a big hurry. And it has helped. Got a lot of people to come over at least to follow me there and to see what it's like and stuff. Like you said, Jason, it's really simple. So I thought, well.
Really simple with typing that in, definitely. And I was sitting here while you guys were talking about a few things, and I was like, look down, and I seen 2 empty packs of blunt sticks sitting here, and numbers were going through my head, and I was like, that's $3 that I spent, and sitting here, I smoked 4 blunts. And so it's been 4 hours and 43 minutes. I was like, yeah, I could send him that $3 that I just spent for a month. It'll last me a month on here, instead of just the 3.5, 4 hours that I just smoked sitting here, and see what it brings me, right? And cancel anytime, right? Isn't that what I read? You can cancel your subscription anytime just by a click of a button. Real simple, that if you're not happy with it or whatever, you don't have the $2 that month. So yeah, I figure why not? I'll give you a try, Waylon. We'll see what's up.
For the
All right.
God.
All right, I appreciate it.
For the God.
A lot of people just turn it back in, and so I really feel like eventually it's going to be a setup where like the half of the people that would need it are the ones who end up getting it because other people turn it down.
I feel like this was a little bit of a setup.
So many
it was, but I'm not sure what my line was for the next portion. I apologize. No, I do appreciate it though. I do appreciate what you did. It's been
No, but you can
that,
really look though. I really did sign up for it.
Oh, I'll get a notification. I'll get it. Let me see.
Yep.
I'm gonna see what your name is. Too Hottie Boomalati.
Yep.
What is this?
Sexy balls, no hair.
Your balls have no hair?
I mean, I was told to shave it.
What's this? Deep Putnam. No.
You have no idea.
I see it. I see it. I can say I can
to
click mustache
this
back.
part of California for a reason.
Now, the Rumble. What's cool about Rumble and Locals is they Rumble bought Locals.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to set it up yet. I don't know my Rumble's link, or I would already had it in there. I can't remember it off the top of my head, and it's on my phone.
Yeah, it probably has to be done on the computer, or at least on the website anyway. But regardless, I was just gonna let you know they were connected, but I'm sure you saw that.
Yep. It already connected to my wallets and everything.
Did you know you can buy Bitcoin on Cash App?
Yep. I've been following Bitcoin on Cash App for a long time. They got up to the second stats.
And it's up. It's up quite a bit.
I seen it on there when Bitcoin was at $75.
Who on Cash App? Wow, they've had it that long. Wow.
Yep. $75, and we're sitting there at work and just making fun of it, laughing. Like, these people are so fucking stupid. And then all of a sudden people started mining Bitcoin and all of that, and it fucking
It's funny you say mine because I want you guys to look at mines sometime.
Sorry, I'm reading comments. Anthony's dog has baloney farts.
Nice.
Mines.com. So, I don't have. I think I have like 7 subscribers.
What the fuck is this?
471 views. It's mines.com. So basically, this is actually a competitor to the book, and this isn't another Rumble or something. This you can't go live on this, but you can upload my videos and things. I'm not logged in. Let's see. The indoor farm over here on Mines, you guys. And if you go to like Mines and go to look for things, this is what is cool about it. Mines is open source. Like the code and everything is all decentralized. Like there's no like shadow banning. There's no oops error stuff all the time, because anyone can look at their code at any time. Like you can't do that on like Twitter or whatever. So you earn crypto by doing things on Mines like you would do just on Facebook, liking, disliking, commenting, hashtagging, all those things.
Trying to blow that site up is what they're trying to do.
Well, yeah, but I've been on Mines for a couple of years. I just haven't really been doing much on it. Yeah. The reason I do things on it now is because the crypto boosts you, like, so you can use their crypto when you earn it to boost yourself in there. And the other reason I'm using it is because I want something more decentralized, because they can't do all this bogus, vague community standards stuff.
Right.
That stuff it can't happen over here, because yes, they'll have their rules, but they can't like say that they can't pretend that they're giving one person one rule and another person another rule. Their stuff is yeah.
Do you know who owns it?
They had a Bill something. They had a convention not too long ago. It'd be way too long. Let me just see if I can search it. Mines. Not gonna be able to find it.
Can I pay like a couple months in advance on that local?
If you do that, it's going to charge you more.
What?
It charges the 20% if you do any one-time purchase, and the only one-time purchase is anything more than monthly. So if you buy like a month, 3 month, some sort of a single purchase, it's 20% charge unless. So they push that monthly, and I appreciate that because that gives people a chance to
Yeah,
realize value.
like this week because I'm going for surgery in a few weeks, so I won't be working for a few months. It would be nice to be able to pay for 6 months right now because I can't do monthly. I don't know. I know it's only $2.
I think you can do a yearly. Oh, you're right. I actually think you can do yearly reoccurring too, which would probably also be should be a 10% as well because that's reoccurring, and yearly would make it $24.
Yeah.
But again, I honestly, it's up to you. I'm not gonna sweat it either way. You got to take care of you first. And I've had people tell me that they can't pay the $2 this month, and I'm like, listen, you got to do you. I've had it happen, but people have come back as well when they know the value. They know that I'm being consistent. They come back and they say, oh, he's moving right along. Let's throw that support his way, and that helps from me not having to shout out so many things all the time. And I hate to say that though, because there's definitely, I have a few sponsors, and I'm not going to shy away from shouting anybody out, but I just don't want to have to keep stacking it up to where there's so many. I'm going to take on a few more anyway.
I mean, when 28 minutes of an hour show is talking about sponsors, then it would be too much. But a few is nothing.
I'd like to make special videos for it. Anyway, we're getting in the weeds, guys, probably because of the weeds.
Yep.
Let's get
5 hours in. Amazing fucking show.
We're off in the weeds. Oh, off.
I love
I forgot the thing was there.
Anthony's
all right.
using a computer to mine crypto.
Yeah, crypto is fun, but definitely don't put all your eggs in one basket, guys.
I said turkey too, Anthony. I just love turkey sandwiches.
Do you guys think just the term finance sparks a topic episode? Money and finance? We already is that something?
I think so because of the crypto, and are we going to get rid of the mighty dollar? And checks are obsolete nowadays. And
metal's still good. Is it? I mean,
so yeah, I truly think it could be a good episode.
Anyway, good call. We'll talk to you later. Thanks, everybody.
Have a great night, everybody.
Peace.
Play us out. Deuces.